I'm IBX Toy Cat, and welcome back to another video on the internet, or in this case, live stream on the internet, part 2 of my Ultra Flat Core series. This is a flatland survival, ultra flat to be precise, and in this world, if I die, the world is deleted. Now, at first, you know, the first time I died, it was 12 days in, and that hurt a lot, like losing basically 2 hours of work, but dying 15, and potentially as we get further through today, more and more hours in, is going to add to the pain, which is the beauty of Ultra Flat Core, is the more I achieve, the more I have to lose, and therefore the more I have to be careful, which is part of, oh wow, well that is what we're doing today, and I just got it on my first zombie. Wow, can you believe that, chat? That is a 1 in 120 chance that just pulled off right there. So getting iron ingots is a, like I just mentioned, a 1 in 120 chance. It's a 1 in 40 chance of getting one of the rare items from a zombie, and there are 3 different rare items: carrots, potatoes, and finally there are the then there's the iron. Getting, okay, don't want the crew to explode. Also, I mean, apparently we've worked out an accidental zombie farm here. If you just, if you grow enough trees, zombies will start spawning even during the day, which is great because I have ways to take them down. So there's 2 ways that you can, you know, do this 1 in 120 grind, right? One of those ways is we can obviously just sit here, killing zombies one by one as they spawn, but this is risky, especially for a hardcore world. Blessed Xavier, I know, right? Incredible luck that is right there. So yeah, we're going to assume that we're not that lucky for the rest of today, and that instead we're going to have to grind for about 1,000 zombies minimum. And so with that in mind, that's where this comes in. This is my soon-to-be zombie grinder. As you can see, I've got a lovely little square here, on top of which I will place a lovely collection of on top of this nice square here, there'll be a bunch of platforms which will spawn zombies. Those zombie spawn platforms will have places for them to fall off, and when they fall off, they'll fall down to here, either to their death, that's one of the options, or they can fall down so we can kill them. Falling to their death would be a great way to collect, you know, skeletons, but also, we can't buy anything, but I'm curious what he sells. Hey, that's the first lava bucket trade. So yeah, that's a very, very delightful. This is one of the ultra flat bonuses, by the way. That's not default Wandering Trader trades. I would love it if ultra flat were useless tomorrow and all the features got implemented into vanilla Minecraft. But in the meantime, we have to make do with happy Wandering Traders. And hopefully I get another one of those after I get some emeralds. Because here's the deal, chat. I have, so let's unload the inventory. It's a little bit busy right now. I have myself, in fact, let's make some item frames so we can properly show these things off. So I have myself 3 separate maps that explain everything that is unique about the ultra flat survival, and I'll put them over here, I guess, or maybe, you know, actually it's hard to work out exactly where they should go. I think the side of the house is a good bet though, because later we can always just turn this into something else. So we'll put them like here, here, and here, or there, there, and there. I'll say here, here, and here. So 3 separate maps for 3 separate things. And if you're curious as to what those things are, well, let me throw my shovels away and let's put them in maps. So yeah, this is something that comes standard and ultra flat. It's wait, where are the maps? Oh, they're in this other chest over here. But it is something that even I, as someone, you know, who like was very passionate about improving super flat survival, it's hard to be perfectly sure all the time exactly how everything works. So it's lovely to have this. This is the explanation to the question, how can you play Minecraft on a super flat world? It applies to all worlds, super flat or not. It's just a useful reference point. Today, we're on the step of finally getting iron from the zombies. Look at this, by the way, an iron ingot. So we're on the step of getting this. We need to use this to get a bucket and a cauldron so we can get the drowns. That is where I want to be by the end of today, so we can be ever closer to getting our villagers. Once we have the villagers, here are the fun things that we can start to maybe hunt a little bit easier. As you can see, very lovely. And then here are the notable recipes, which is some extra things that, you know, you might definitely aren't expected, but exist so that you can play the full game even in super flat. They are the fun things that I wish Mojang could have some adding, and if they don't, then we'll do just fine. So with that said, let's now harvest our wheat. I believe both of these have in fact come into full age, and so we can plant that down, and we can also plant these ones down. And as you can see, we now have, look how wonderful this is for me. I've got 11 separate wheat plants and 6 separate pieces of wheat. So I could start farming my sheep here. You know what, maybe we should. If we farm 2 sheep, well then we'll have 4. And that feels like a reasonable number to start breeding them for later. If we want to get more carpet for more stuff. And yeah, it's gonna be great. Just finished watching the episode 1 VOD just in time, says James Pro. Lovely. So, Soy Cat, has anyone ever built a huge diamond farm using foxes? I haven't seen one yet, but I don't doubt one has happened. A lot of people have played Ultra Flat at some point, and it's a very common need to be like, okay, I want to finally upgrade to diamond, so it's fox killing time, which is brutal. But you know, the foxes shouldn't be putting diamonds in their mouth if they don't think that they're worth stealing from. So hello everyone, how's it going? This is Ultra Flat Core 2. I'm on day 15, and by the end of today, I want to have drowns because I am working towards fully beating Minecraft. It is scary, it is a challenge, but today we must try regardless. Sorry, but farming without water should be illegal, says Pygirl. I'm working towards the water right now. I actually don't agree with that. You know, I think that farming with water is a vice, you know. It's something everyone just keeps doing it. They don't question why, but maybe we should spend some time saying, you know, let's not just do things because they seem right. Let's work out if things are right, you know? There's so much of the modern world which is broken by the fact that we don't do this, and maybe it could all be better if we just took a second to consider why. As well, you know, not just how, but why. Anyway, speaking of how and why, I'm terrified of a creeper coming out there and just being the end of my run. I almost feel like I should be getting some, like... Also, these slabs going over this is actually a bit of a problem. It's going to limit the amount of space that we can actively use right here, I would say. Okay, so anyway, I did some maths chat, or I did some testing. If I have a slab stack down here at 22.5 blocks, this is 23, this is 22, this is halfway between the two, then I need to have my zombie spawning platforms at 46. At 47, so at 46 they take 2 hits to kill with your fist, and at 47 they take 0 hits because they're dead by the time they hit you. So 46 is up here, a block higher than even this. So we can place like another block on top of these ones, which we'll just do. It will probably look slightly ugly, but lots of things do. So now at this point, I myself will die from this full chat. If I just, you know, if my controller disconnects, I'm going to crouch actually for that reason. If my controller disconnects, I'm dead. If a skeleton spawns up there and shoots me, I'm dead. Anything will kill me. Build your staircase in the chunk over. Yeah, that's what I was planning to do. That's why I built it at the edge there. But then I had to build the little side railings. It's a small problem that can be solved. Because we want to have another block of separation anyway. So this is the first block that mobs would fall down onto the staircase if they fell here. So this is going to be the first block of actual... No, wait. So this is... Yeah, this is where the staircase is. And then this is going to be where the first mob block is. I'm assuming that if a mob tries to fall that way, it won't hit my staircase. I'll go 1 extra block, actually. Yeah, that's why I should build the staircase elsewhere, actually. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. I think we'll move the staircase later. Yeah, so for now, we'll work under the assumption that later there'll be a correct staircase there. And that means the end block of that would be here. So... that means we'll place this another... Actually, wait. No, we could have... If the staircase eventually is removed from this, we could have this be the edge of spawning here. So this is a later spawn location. Oh, it's a top half slab, chat. We did it wrong. It's meant to be bottom. We're meant to do bottom half slabs. Oh, it is bottom half slabs. Yeah, bottom half. I don't know why I thought that was top half. Are you building a different mob farm from last time? It's going to be very similar, but I want to take advantage of a few things that I wish I had done last time. And so, yeah, the risks you take are bad for my health. I think I'm taking no risks right now because I'm thankfully crouching. So we're all good. So this is the block I want to have my first little platform on. I think I said. And then there'd be another platform there later. This is when I remove that first bit of staircase, this will be the first block in that new to be staircase. Yeah, but not right now. And so this will be the first block of our... Yeah, there we go. So now we have the first set of blocks that will eventually spawn mobs. There'll be solid blocks, there'll be great blocks, but first we're going to go to bed. I don't want mobs spawning in this land, so I try to sleep whenever possible. Which is a good rule for real life too. You know, if you just imagine that if you stay up at night, monsters will kill you, it's probably a lot easier to get good sleep in. So, can you explain the structures in the world, says Roy Browski. So, here's the deal. No, I cannot explain structures. No, there are no structures in this world. You can play Ultra Flat with structures turned on or structures turned off. We have chosen not to do that today. Oh, man. Oh. Don't like that at all. Okay, so we're not gonna start fighting skeletons. It's just not worth our time and not worth our effort. Also, having that be so close to the house is actually a danger hazard. It's a good reminder that I should, like, check out the door before leaving. Like, do a real hard scope peek here. And maybe even install some extra something here. Some slabs, I'm not even sure. But something to increase visibility. So, I haven't been paying full attention. Did you and Deshi figure out the issue? Is this a new run, or did you fix the old one? We gave up on the old one. We accepted that even though it was a game issue that killed me, I still died. And I didn't have there's no reasonable way to fix a world where you've already died, I think. And so the issue is not, again, it's a Minecraft latest preview issue. I do not believe there is an easy fix for it. But I think that this world has removed most of the risk. So that's what we think. Ooh. So wherever he spawned, need to make sure that doesn't get anywhere close to me. So you can see, by the way, this staircase is actually really handy because it also will prevent any slimes from following me. I could probably also install like another type of mob gate here. So if we put a trapdoor, let's say, somewhere, it would prevent... Yeah, if I put a trapdoor here, but facing down... Do I have trapdoors? I bet I could prevent mobs from spawning. I bet I could prevent even like a skeleton or zombie from following me. So I don't know if this is correct, chat. This is me entirely winging things. But I'd be willing to bet some amount of money that if I put a trapdoor here, that mobs will see that as a climb too high. Although it's in the wrong place. So maybe we want to instead put it like... there, but that's not going to work either. So we can put the trapdoor down, because trapdoors count as a full block, right? So if we just put a trapdoor down over here, where we're already moving some blocks anyway, there's going to be a way to make sure that other mobs can't go here, but we can. I'm just currently working out what that way is. So that's in the wrong place, but that's fine. So if we have a regular block there, and then a trapdoor. No. We want like a top half trapdoor and then a bottom half trapdoor, right? Or a top of a block trapdoor and a bottom trapdoor. So we'll see which one this is. I'm guessing that's a top trapdoor. And then we open that. And we put a bottom trapdoor just below it. If such a thing can be done. Yeah, and then we'll just have this go... Again, later... We're going to redo this staircase later anyway, because it's going into the chunk a bit. But if we do this, there is a gap in the staircase. Also, wow, that's weird. I don't think mobs are smart enough to do that. I think that will kill me potentially. So I'll make a little trap down there or something, like a little pit. Say 3 blocks down. So just to be sure, all the way down there. Now no one takes damage, but it will prevent other mobs from following me, just in case one does. If I have to choose between a ladder and stairs, I choose the latter. The slime is climbing the stairs. He's doing a terrible job at climbing the stairs. If that's what he's trying to do, then I'm happy that I'm happy for him to keep attempting it. I just don't think it will go well. So now we're gonna have some bamboo planks, and these are gonna be the blocks that the mobs spawn on. I think dirt feels more natural on the one hand, but I think bamboo planks look a bit better on the other. So the way this is gonna work is there's gonna be a bunch of bamboo. It's going to be a solid block because mobs are meant to spawn on this. And then on top of the bamboo, or around the bamboo, there are going to be trapdoors on all sides. Oh god, it's terrifying being up here, chat. If I just uncrouch at the wrong time, I'm dead, but I have to do this, so I'm going to. So we place some of these, and then we activate them, and then quickly uncrouch. Okay, so... The idea being that mobs will... Oh, I did that wrong. It's annoying that it works that way, but... Oh, okay. Right now is not a time for hearing noises that I'm not, you know, familiar with, but that's okay. Is there a way to get the add-on to just not, and not the world, says, Brocolis? Sadly, that's not how, Bedrock works. It'd be cool, but the world has the biomes anyway, so I think, honestly, the biomes are just as important as the add-on. Personally, that's my take on the matter. Also, I could make an iron shovel if I wanted to. In fact, making that is going to be so tempting. I should put this iron somewhere safe. I'm going to put this iron somewhere safe soon. But for now, let's just make some wooden axes. I made one wooden axe, but I'm clearly going to need some more by the time this is done. And so, yeah, I'm going to make a very big platform here. And then there's going to be, so I have to make these in the right place. It's so terrifying. I do not like this feeling. And I'm also not sure this is actually the perfect place to start. But we'll have to proceed on the assumption that it is for now. And then to the side of this, there'll be some blocks. So we'll place a block there and there. And then on the side of a trapdoor here, we can have a block be over there. And then there'll be 4 more blocks here. You can fall off this and still be on that, but not really, honestly. So we can make this kind of the edge of the pattern by deliberately making it there and here. And making sure the trapdoors go there. So yeah, this is the edge of our current system. When we have blocks in the wrong place like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Hardcore is not for the faint of heart. But we just have to think to ourselves, it will be okay. I am taking every reasonable precaution. The only things I can't prevent... I think I prevented everything that I can imagine. And you can't prevent things you can't imagine. But that's the scary bit. You can make an emergency hay bale if you fall, says James Perot. Yeah, see, that's a good example of why you should be head of my super flat OSHA head force. I would love to hear if anyone has any preventative measures we can take. A slime block's another good idea, actually. I think I could get a slime block right now. That will save my life. So let's go grab our slimes. Let's make a slime block. And let's pick up these things, too. So more saplings. Gonna put them in my big grid. They're gonna spawn more zombies for me, but that's just fine. This is what I've been doing with my saplings, by the way. I hope you like it. I think it looks just beautiful. Although a little bit scary sometimes, in some places. And then we'll kill this slime, just in case we haven't killed enough so far. Because he is a medium slime, which makes it easier. And then get rid of all these guys, and that's 3 slime balls, which we can then say is 4 total. Yeah, I don't have enough at all. I need to go kill enough slimes to get a slime block, and that will guarantee my safety till the end of time. So I'm going to deliberately only kill medium slimes, because they're just easier. So you, dead. You, also dead. And then we kill all the babies till we have 9, and then we just get the heck out of there. Don't want to deal with you. You're too big. Too many people come out of you, and that's not your problem, but I'm making it your problem. Okay, so coming back here, this slime block was going to be a nice backup. This is what you need in. I think a lot about like avoiding catastrophes. It's something we take a lot of measures to prevent in the real world. And one of the most important things that is kind of unexpected is like. You plan so much around, well, all of these things can't go wrong at the same time, so that's fine. But you need to have but if it did, then here's the plan for that. Like contingencies on contingencies on contingencies. The more layers of them you have, the happier you'll probably be. And so, okay, we got our 16 raw beef now. That is where I'm feeling right now. I have the slime block as my emergency, oh dear God, what have I done? And that will be real good. There's a 1 in 5159. There's a 1 in like 5 quadrillion. What's that noise? Oh, it's Pig Step. Thank you, Angela Van Kattenhelton, for remembering. Welcome back to the channel. Be sure to put the slime block in your offhand. I've got bad news for you, Rachel. If you've not played Bedrock, this is what happens when you try to do that. There's only 4 or 5 items allowed in your offhand, and they are not particularly useful for your survival. As sad as that is to say out loud. Big Salmon Edition has many benefits, but that is not one of them. So I'm now going to test this, chat. This seems silly, but I need to do this. So I'm going to check around me. Okay. So because it's half slabs, or they're slabs, they're half blocks, my block, my MLG slime ball is going to work differently. I need to be prepared to do that, so I'm going to take some damage right now. But it's in the name of knowing that this works. See, there we go. I have to place like a half second before I think I'm going to hit the ground. But half a heart is much better than all the hearts. And now, because we don't need either of these wandering traders, oh, wow! You can get the trims. We did that after 1.20. It's very cool. It's weird that the trade goes through the... but it's fine. Just quickly check that. We also have right here, you can see access to mending as a book, which is lovely. So if you crouch and fall on the slime block, you'll take damage still. So make sure I uncrouch in midair. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. I didn't think about it, but it is true. I think I should probably make a bow soon. I was expecting to just have one drop from a skeleton, but a bow might be useful for that flight or fright. You know, that minute where that moment of life where everything might be over otherwise. By the way, welcome to day 17. Okay, today I need to really get a move on this. Which is, you know, it's a little scary to say, but it needs to be done regardless. So we're going to get a lot of bamboo, so we can get a lot of bamboo blocks, so we can get a lot of bamboo planks, so we can place our farm down. So 9 of those makes 18 more of these. Let's go and let's do this. Also, I'm going to make another sword. That is a good emergency measure to have. Oh, that bamboo could use a trim. The bamboo around the edge of around the edge of the known world, maybe we should say, is also a similar system, I would say. But now we're going to climb to the top, and let's keep placing. Again, a reminder, I'm going to put this really close to my hotbar. I'm going to put it like here, and then have our axe be over there. This needs to be the emergence. Actually, yeah, this has to be very visible to me. Very easy for me to emergency do. Because you never know when that's going to happen. So these are in the wrong place, both of them. I can fix that later. For now, just keep checking. Everything is good. And everything does indeed look good. And then place 2 more of these. But we have to place it from the other side. It's just a little bit easier. And then the same over here. I don't want to uncrouch, actually. I should not be uncrouching for any non-specifically chosen reason. And then we can place 2 more bamboo to place the rest of the block over here. And then we can place our other 2 right there. And it's an easy enough system to make one of these grinders, I think. The only question is, how high should the gap be between floors, chat? 2 blocks or 3 blocks? If we do 2 blocks, we exclude Enderman. Is excluding Enderman a good goal? It's something I have to work out for myself. My instinct says no. I guess I will want ender pearls, especially in this world. So maybe it isn't a bad idea. While you're working, you should place a bunch of lime blocks at the bottom, just in case. Yeah, that'd be, you know, Julia, that would be a clever... It would take too long to be effectively worthwhile. That's the thing about, like, safety measures, is eventually the amount of time you have to work on preparing the safety is its own safety concern. Like, at some point, if you make safety too hard, then you are creating a safety risk in people not wanting to do the safety. And Juliet says, that's fair enough. Thank you for saying it's fair enough. I think it's fair, and I'm glad you think it's enough. Whew, just getting a Elytra. Yeah, you know, that would save a lot of stress. You're right, Chantal. That's what we're gonna start doing. We're just gonna get an Elytra soon. Is everyone in chat good with that? So if we want to get an Elytra, we need to go to the end. So if we want to go to the end, we need to go to the Nether. To go to the Nether, we're going to need water and lava. And to get water and lava, we're going to need buckets. So, okay, chat. Anyone here happen to know where I can get myself a bucket? Wait, I have an idea. I could start farming iron, and then I could get a bucket. Wait, chat, if we could start farming for that bucket by making, like, an iron farm. I'm terrified. Everything's fine, though. Yeah, everything's fine. There's no mob spawning blocks near me. Or are there? These blocks are mob spawning blocks. Okay. I'm fine. I'm going to stop work for the day. But not because I'm scared. I've just decided that it might be in my new best interests. That if I were to leave this industry right now, I could do a better job tomorrow morning. You know what I'm saying? It's, rest is important in Minecraft. There are no other reasons that I would need to stop right now. I think you can use ladders too, by the way. Half slab, says Roy Browski. It's one of those pieces of terminology that I know annoys people, but also it is a more effective way. You know, it's like, every community has this, like, terms that they hate that the public uses, but because the public understands them, the public term is better. Like, people call if you're an aviation nerd, people call the Boeing 747 a jumbo jet. And it's like, well, it's not a jumbo jet, it's a 747. It's a queen of the skies. You know, they'll use some, you know, term that shows that you're part of that hobby. And those are useful terms for working out, like, who's into something and who's just, like, seen the thing. But I also think at the same time, like, you know, is it that big of a deal? Okay, so now, chat, this is a crazy thing. When we go down, as indeed we should, there will be mobs spawning up there, and so our mob farm gets to be tested now. I'm gonna make a bow. I don't think I can until I kill spiders, actually. But look, there's gonna be mobs spawning up there at some frequency. I'm gonna stare up with my sword. I'm just gonna pick up the items we dropped. And now we're gonna test it. I have to be very, very careful. In fact, it might make sense if I'm gonna have a place where I sit and stare. Like a wall behind me or something like that. But from here, as you can see... Actually, are mobs gonna spawn? Maybe they won't. It's just raining. It's thunderstorms where mobs spawn. So yeah, there's not gonna be any mobs. So we'll just go on a little day trip. Let's kill some sheep, kill some cows, restock our food, restock our wool, because we're still trying to make a carpet around my house. Might not be dark enough. Yeah, it's, I think I got the rain mixed up with thunder. Because the moment we loaded into Ultra Plat, it was thundering and there were mobs spawning. I figured the same thing was happening. I'm glad that it's not, but that is where the mishap came from. Which is good news that there is no more mishap. What is bad news, however, is the fact that I am down for the day. You know, how long is left in a Minecraft day? I'm going to just make the assumption it's safe to keep going. And so that's what I'm going to do. If no mobs... Oh, God! The trap got me. Oh, no. So we'll just have to... We'll make a little bamboo over here. And we'll place a block on the top of it. And then that can represent the way down from this. There we go. Perfectly fine. Although, really, we should be harvesting the bamboo. Just, you know, I'm sorry for wasting a whole sword on this. But it is what we have to do every now and then. But yeah, we have so much bamboo now. It's great. Very happy with the yields on bamboo. It really is the fastest growing... Like, sugarcane was insane. Bamboo is the next level. It's one of the parts of 1.14 that is underappreciated. But maybe shouldn't be. I guess it really got better because of 1.20. One of the ways in which it is a very lasting update has to be said. So now we need to chop down some regular wood, although we don't need to. We'll make just a few trapdoors right up here. We don't get many trapdoors despite having a lot of blocks here, but 34 is plenty. And then as soon as we make this layer, chat, we go up 3 blocks and we make the next one. The reason... Oh, wow, there's bamboo literally everywhere. So as soon as we place this, we go... Wait, this is 46, so this is 49, right? No, this is 50. So we go to 49 and we place a block there, and that's the bottom half of a slab. And then once we get to our farm, we start placing blocks, but in the opposite alternating way. If that makes any sense, and I'm not sure that it does. So there's a block here, instead of where those ones are. And then it has trapdoors facing kind of off it. And then we have another block over here. And this hole becomes 4. And yeah, that's something we're going to finish off later, but now I've placed the blocks. I've done my bit, I can say. And we fall down a layer, which is what mobs are going to do. And they just keep falling down through the layers as part of the giant mob farm. Later, I like the idea of expanding this to include multiple chunks. So, the way we did it before is we had a 1-chunk farm. What if we had a 4-chunk farm this time, chat? I'm starting with 1 to see, you know, make sure we can do it and everything. But there's nothing stopping me from going just a little bit bigger. I would also like to get some form of full protection. Like, I would love it if I had... I'm going to break both of these, by the way. They're installed wrong. Future me can pick them up. I would love it if I could have feather falling or just a decent amount of armor. If I could survive a fall with half a heart, that would make me happier than being reliant on this slime block. I want contingencies. Contingencies make me happy. Because contingency means that I don't have to die. How will you get to the end if you need endstone? Fun fact. I had to ask that question myself. Because I remember we put in a way, but I was like, there's 2 ways I remember us discussing. So, could you work out what 2 ways I thought made the most sense? The original 2 ways we had to decide between? Because we did deliberate it quite a bit, what we were going to do as a team for Endstone. Because there's 2 logical places, I think, outside of the end that you can find Endstone. I mean, there's probably a decent debate that you could probably have a recipe that doesn't need Endstone. You know, I'm fully willing to admit that. But if you are going to have Endstone, Wandering Trader says Mark Barger, and so does Chilius Bean. So the Wandering Trader was my first thought, but then I thought to myself, oh god, no, that means mobs are going to spawn up here. Okay, mobs have started spawning. Okay, that means we get down. And you also, please, could stay away. Okay, that's why I love having a mob trap there. So that's a pillager raid there. Do we want to kill that is the question. I mean, can I kill it is probably a bigger question. I think the answer is genuinely no. I think if I tried to, it would not succeed. I think I would die, and we would all say, Toycat, why did you do that in hardcore? At the same time, I think if I make a bow, then I could definitely do it from a distance. Do I have the arrows? I've got the arrows. Where's the bow? I'm just gonna craft a sword, make sure I have that emergency backup, craft a bow, and then I'm walking towards them. Okay, so let's do this. Bow, sword, let's go. I don't even want the Illager banner that bad. I just kind of want to know that I did it. Okay, let's go. Oh, his gang is going. Okay, so we gotta run. We've gotta run. No choice but to. And then I just want to kill the captain. Yes, captain dead, and he gave me the ominous bottle. I have 0 use for that for a very long time, but I am glad I have sorted that one out. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna let the pillager kill this zombie. Shoot me, yeah, and I'm gonna kill him. I want to crossbow a little bit. I bet I'm gonna get one now. Whew, 0 hits too, chat. Just, you know, a little personal flex there. But no hits taken. They only drop crossbows. They don't drop any emeralds until they're part of a raid. So we have a crossbow now. Is that better than a regular bow? I don't actually think so. For hardcore, you want to be able to panic, save your life. And I cannot do that at present. So now we run away from everything. As you should always be doing. And we sit inside the... I don't want to sit inside the house while there's a creeper outside of it. And we run away from all of that noise. And we figure out what to do with these things. I guess we should start making a museum of all the cool things. I think it's a good go-to. But I think... I've used the word museum a lot. I've used the concept museum a lot. So how do we describe our 100% ultra flat gallery, chat? Okay, I think we should have a... You know, if we've got a regular room here... Ominous bottle. What have I missed, says Nicholas Goretti. So this ominous bottle will give me the bad omen effect later. What level is it? Level 1. It isn't going to be useful for trial chambers. It's just going to be useful for starting raids. So it's effectively, I've got the bad omen effect, but I can save it for later. It's a huge quality of life increase, or change, maybe we could say, that they did that. Big fan, though. Big fan, personally. Now we're going to make some... carpet. We've got 9 of that, which is great. I could also make a painting. You know, am I worth a painting, chat? I think I'm worth a painting. I'm gonna make that crazy assertion right now. Also, don't use bamboo planks, Minecraft. Let's make ourselves a painting, and let's put it somewhere that I can appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's good. That will remind me what's worth living for. Is that the only 2-tool painting? Also, it's gone. I had one, but it's up there now. I can't reach that, therefore I will die. Okay, if I jump from this, maybe I can. There we go. Yeah, I think this is the only 2x1 painting. Oh, the new one! Wow, yeah, great. Okay, so we'll hang that up, and I'll hang my Illager banner next to it. Wonderful. Do you like my... Also, trophy case, says Jeff Kalin. I like that. Where does the endstone come from? Says Mark Barger. So the second solution that we played with, and I thought was much better after we actually implemented it, was the idea that what if Minecraft had piglins? Because there's lots of stuff that you can't get in Superflat that you could get renewably if you had piglins, or at least semi-renewably, because piglins are a whole, thing to themselves. So, what we concluded would be fun is piglins are achievable. If lightning strikes a pig, it turns into a piglin, and it will stay as a piglin if it is in water. So you can still get piglins and you can trade with them if lightning strikes a pig while the pig is in water. You know, that is to say, a piglin won't turn back, or a zombified piglin won't occur, or a piglin won't turn into a zombified piglin if he stays in water. It doesn't count as the overworld because the radiation of this world or whatever doesn't get to him. And so you can trade with them for all of their various things, including a netherite hoe, I would guess, and all of the other goodies. So, yeah, that is where that comes from. What about the beginning stone? If once I get emeralds, I can trade with the Wandering Trader, and he will give me, as this one here is willing to, he will give me a lava bucket. I would love if this guy's still around for long enough for that to happen. I don't imagine he will. But it's a good idea, right? It's a nice dream to have. Okay, now we're going to go pretty heavy on the wheat, I think. I really should start protecting my crops from trampling. It will ruin my day eventually. But today is not that day. We're going to also bone meal a couple of crops all the way. Or most of the way. I think, oh, no, let's stay away. Stay away. So we'll just bone meal these crops. And then get out of there. So future me can go harvest that, but current me is going to make this go even more. Every one of these bamboo blocks can spawn mobs when it is dark above them. So for about half the time, we'll do great. And for about another half the time, we'll do not so great. So how do we deal with that? Later I have to make a giant dome above this all, and that dome is going to stop light from getting in. It's going to be messy, but it's going to be required. So I'll switch to raw mutton for a bit. It's not as good as raw beef, but we're doing very non-intensive activity in terms of food. So I don't think it's a big deal. Then we'll get the 2 blocks out that we need, oak trapdoors and bamboo planks, and let's go. So crouch now. We only uncrouch for a second to undo the trapdoors. Speaking of undoing trapdoors, thank you so much for, oh god, I have to uncrouch to read a tip. Surprise, I am definitely a creeper. I have come to pay my Toycat tax. Thank you, TV341739. How did you decide on your username? I need to know. This is episode 2, day 10. We don't talk about episode 0. Yeah, there was no episode 0. Episodes always start at 1. It's a widely known thing. You can't start your counting system at 0. That would be absurd. You know, what's next? Cats falling from the sky? You know, dogs and reindeer getting along? It would be silly. So, yeah, basically the piglins will be able to trade endstone with you. It's one of their rare trades. And so it's a similar process to doing most other things, but it means you can't just get blaze rods, get ender pearls, and then move on. You're going to have to trade with piglins regardless. Kind of adds like a third prong to the whole process, which I think is fun, personally. So now we're going to put the trapdoors here and here. Again, we really don't want these guys. Maybe we shouldn't put anything over there, actually. Yeah, I'll leave that trapdoor there, but I won't make any more for now. And are we placing more blocks over here? Probably not. I think the mobs will fall off the edge if we place any more. So we probably should not. Yeah, if a creeper falls off that edge, it's gonna hurt me emotionally. So now we place a block here. And is this about as close to the edge as we should get? I would say so too. I think we can place 2 more, but then that's like definitely over the edge again. So that's fine for now. As a starting point, I think we'll just place the 2 blocks here actually. Let's just have the 2, and we'll have the rest be sorted later. So now this is, and then we'll have a trapdoor here and a trapdoor over here. Just to make sure the mobs fall down the correct way, if that makes any sense. If it doesn't make any sense, then don't worry. Nothing in life ever does. So there we go. We now have a first layer mob farm. We should test this really, but I think we'll do... I think I've done enough. I've done such a similar design before, and it is the go-to mob grinder system, that I think it'll just be fine. I think that's the important thing, is that we have tested it before, but we still do want to test it before placing the big dome over it, because once the dome goes over, there is no saving it. We can't customize it anymore, etc, etc. So we're gonna be extra careful before that occurs. So now we come up to the second layer, and we just start doing the exact same pattern in reverse. Wherever there is blocks, you know, there are bamboo blocks, we place trapdoors. And wherever there are trapdoors, we place bamboo blocks. Or indeed, the gaps in the air. This is so that mobs can spawn here, and then fall down onto these doors, and then fall onto those ones, and eventually make their way to the grinder, where I will finish them. It works really, really slowly at first, because we only have like 50, 60 blocks or so that can spawn in. But it will get faster over time. Although if we test this at night, it won't even work that great because I haven't shoveled out this entire area. So, definitely something to think about. Why did Bedrock just update? Is it a bug fix? I would guess it is. I didn't know there was a Bedrock update till just now. To be fair. Is this a mod or an official game mode, says Steve Benson. Hello, Steve Benson, how are you doing today? If you're not familiar, Ultra Flat is a map that I made. I played Super Flat for 50 episodes, over 100 hours. And one of the things that I learned during that process was that Super Flat really has all sorts of holes that once you start playing it,
Today
I just wish
is my
could be
birthday.
fixed.
Plus toy cat tax. How often do you see robins where you live?
Quite a lot actually. I don't know if that's like a question I'm not meant to answer. Am I like doxing myself? But I see robins quite a lot over here actually, for better or for worse. And yeah, I feel like robins are a very, very common sight. Though I guess they're actually kind of hard to see. Like people used to talk about robins all the time. And be like, what are you going on about? I've never seen a robin any time before. Are you sure you're not having a little moment? But then I kind of realized, like, yeah, if you're looking for robins, they're kind of everywhere. So with that said, I'm gonna keep jumping on these bamboo because I need to finally get rid of that tree that's over there. Okay, this is scary to actually do. I'm gonna jump over to that. Do you think I'm gonna make it, chat? I don't know that I am. So I'm gonna place a little slab first. It doesn't let me. That was weird. Did you see that? The block placed, but then decided not to. And in this time that I'm doing this tree, mobs might spawn up there. That is something I would be excited for. In the meantime, just destroy some of this. I won't die because I've got this slime block, which I for some reason moved out of my inventory. Can slime spawn up there? I should have checked that it wasn't a slime chunk. If it is a slime chunk, absolutely ruined. I'm a little behind on the stream. People tend to toggle crouch when working at dangerous heights. Yeah, so if you don't know, when you play with a controller, toggle crouch is the default. If I use a keyboard, so I'll switch to keyboard right now, I have to press crouch to do this. But if I'm on a controller, I press it once, I'm in, press again, we're out. So press in, press out is a lot slower if you want to toggle it really quickly. But it's a lot better for, you know, living life on the edge. It's my handy personal way that I switch between toggle crouch and not toggle crouch. It doesn't work for most people because most people aren't comfortable playing both controller and keyboard and mouse. But over the years, I've picked up some ambidextrity. Is ambidextrity a word? It should be if it's not. So, yeah, we have now defeated the tree. And now I'll just drop myself down to the bottom. Do another little test of that. Kind of bad test, but still. Got the job done. And I just want to check that some mobs will spawn up there sometimes. That's all I need to see. The fact that there's not been slimes up there is a great one. But I still would like to see some mobs up there to feel good about myself. Also, is that zombie going to kill the Wandering Trader? No, okay. There's no Wandering Trader to kill, obviously. So put the slab down, get this out. And we'll kill some regular zombies now, actually. We might get lucky in another 120 again. We might get carrots or potatoes. I'd be very excited if I got either. But I'm just hoping that we see a mob spawn up there and then fall down. But again, it actually takes some time. You have to sit there for a little bit. There is a patience aspect. There's a perfect distance away you've got to be as well for mobs to actually fall. I tend to find. Hold down, jump before you hit the slime block. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it's not in my instinct to do that, but it should be. I'm hoping he spawned up there and fell down. We'll check. Nope, he didn't. He didn't. Okay, that's just a regular skeleton. It's just a regular skeleton. Took a lot of damage fighting. So yeah, we haven't got a mob spawning up there yet. It's kind of scary. I don't think smaller slimes need a 3x3 area to spawn. Yeah, I think you would get small slimes still. Not that they'd be a big problem. They'd be a very small problem, in fact. But yeah, not a single mob. I'm fine. I'm sure it's fine though. I'm sure that it's just the maths and that we need to remove all these spawning opportunities up here. Because if you think about it, right, there's about 50 blocks up there mobs can spawn on, and there's about 5,000 blocks down here mobs can spawn on. So only 1% of mobs will spawn up there, as opposed to 99% down here. So if we remove every single spawn location down here, then mobs will start to spawn up there. Obviously, that's a very intensive activity, but intensive activity is Superflat's middle name. So let's begin precisely that activity. So every single time I shovel a piece of ground, I make the sky slightly less mad on me. So let's put some blocks away. I've got a lot of them, and they're very lovely, but they're just not for me. String, and then we're actually gonna put our carpet out. Okay, so I've got some sticks. I don't need to put the sticks away though. Let's get out the food I do have, and then let's just walk outside. Place some, place some white carpet all the way around. And as you can see, I've now completely surrounded the house that matters in carpet. All the parts of it that really are important. And now I'm going to surround all the blocks directly adjacent to this farm in shovel. So I actually think I'm going to remove this later and make it go all the way down to bedrock. So I want to make something about that. In fact, shall I just dig it down now? So there's, so chat, if you're not familiar, there are lots of ways you can make mobs not spawn on a block. But one of the fun ones that you might not be familiar with is the fact that mobs will not spawn on bedrock. I always have to make the ha ha ha, but not that type of bedrock, am I right? But no, mobs will not spawn on bedrock, meaning that if we go down 4 blocks from the surface, then down here, there will be no mobs. And so later I can use this to my advantage if I expand the farm this way. But for now, it just means no mobs will spawn, and I'll get a pile of dirt, and that pile of dirt will be useful for things. What things? Don't ask what things. Okay, so all of the area inside of this dirt path, we'll dig out, and we'll turn into something. Should totally farm foxes for a diamond shovel. Because we're all very... the bamboo fence looks really good. What are we going to call this bamboo town? See, that's a question really, right? Is we are accidentally, by creating the grid system, it feels so much more like a city in a way that is hard to truly describe. But it is very true. This does feel like we are in Citycraft or something along those lines. By the way, is it a house or is it art, says Nicholas, correct? You know, is anything a house or was it an architect? That's what they call them. Or an architect. You know, there's just no way to say that word, architect, but make it arty. Therefore, architects don't know art, and therefore we shouldn't listen to them because if you can't if you can't do art, then what can you do? So with that said, let's just continue to shovel. It'd be nice to have a diamond shovel. I agree, chat. This would actually be a good use for a diamond shovel too. Although here's the question: if I got 1 diamond, would I use it for a shovel? I don't know that I would want to. Could become a city once you get villages. Yeah, so I want to be very tactical about my villages this time too, Irish Melody. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. So I don't think the trade rebalance is coming into effect. But if it was going to, I could set up villages in 4 different quadrants, right? So, okay, I'm just going to take you on a quick little planning tour of my city. Quick little tour. So, this is going to be the far bottom corner. It's, it's not going to be spawned in most of the time if I'm hanging out with it. Like, the further away from a center something is, the less often the blocks from it are spawned into the game. So this won't be spawned in very often. I'm just going to pick up some of the bamboo so I can keep placing the fence. It won't be spawned in very often, but it will give me a plains villager type over here. Then if I wanted to, I could have a little village in this quadrant, and then go literally just 5 blocks this way, and I could have savannah villagers. So I could have savannah villagers. I think the minimum distance between villages is like 64 or 128 blocks. So we could move all the way up to here, and we got savannah villagers. We could do the same, but over in that corner. And what would we have? Yeah, you know it. It'd be tiger villagers, and then the same over there for jungle villagers. So we could have 4 separate types of villagers for 4 separate corners, and then we have each village specialize in something. And then if we get enough iron later on, we could have a minecart rail going around all of them. I think that'd be fun, personally. We can make it go underground, we can make it above ground. I don't like to go near all of that stuff, so... Also, yeah, this is, today our farm is going to make a lot of zombie villagers from the jungle biome. Just don't explode. Actually, wait, no, do explode. Okay, this is a dangerous game, chat. This is a very dangerous game I'm playing right here. I should not be playing this, but I feel like this is the best opportunity to do it. It's a daytime creeper. I've got blocks that I can put between me and it. I'm going to do this, okay? I don't know if I should do this at all, but I'm just going to do this. So you can explode over there. I'm just going to place a block at the last second. Go, go, go. Right there. Come on. At the very edge that you can explode is where I want you to explode. Come on, I feel like you messed that up a little bit on purpose, Mr. Creeper. But that's fine. Whew, zombies are stealing your trees. Okay, so we have to fill this in, which is just fine. We've got more than enough blocks for it. And as you can see, that little explosion would have done a lot better if it was just a little bit more centered. This whole thing is a dangerous game. Says Chillis Bean. If you think about it that way, yeah. Actually, that was just one of the many dangerous things that I will be doing today. And so we think that way we should just take risks all the time. No, I learned recently. I learned this in relation to... I learned about a celebrity death recently, and the celebrity died from drinking, or you know, one of the major causes of, you know, they were drunk when they died, and so the cause of death when that happens, when you like I guess I should say there is a cause of death in the UK, which is interesting. Cool. Oh, what did I just make a shovel? That's great. Called misadventure. Which is when you undertake a risk that you know might kill you, and then it does. Which is I think is a very cute way to describe it. I love the older society is, the more like the better you get at kind of like having words to downplay things. I love how you do everything in a haphazard way, even clearing dirt. What do you mean I'm doing this haphazardly? I don't know what you could possibly be implying. This isn't haphazard in the slightest. This is how most people would clear a chunk. So, how much risk for how much reward? Yeah, that's what you've actually got to ask yourself in life all the time. Being really risk-averse is bad in its own right. I think I once, I had a conversation with my granddad, who is very lovely, very good at a lot of things. But he's like a very risk-averse person, and so I mentioned like, oh yeah, like my pension's all in stocks. And he's like, you know, stocks could go to zero as well. I wouldn't be risking that. All cash for me. And it's like, well, you know that cash is losing money every year. But at least you know exactly how much. Although you don't know that. Inflation changes year to year. But it's kind of like a comforting factor to that. Like, if you've gone through a recession... Oh, okay. Don't kill me. Please. In fact, I guess he can't kill me if I'm down here. So let's just hang out in a place that slimes can't hurt me. This is great. But yeah, it's a thing that does change quite substantially based on what you go through. As your experiences shape. I think this happens to everyone at some point. It's like one of those it's one of those things that literally everyone has. It comes up in every explanation of a person's life. But they're like, oh yeah, I had one moment where I realized that risk is real, and then I decided not to take them anymore. You know, the moment you have that first, like, oh god, why have I done this? You want to avoid being in that situation as bad as possible again. And some people have had that for, like, an economy-wide concern. Like, oh yeah, I had one time where I risked some money in a company, and it backfired so bad that I will never own shares or stocks or anything besides cash again. Misadventure sounds like how they describe it in Lord of the Rings. I have a spoiler alert about where Lord of the Rings was written. Also, TV4371, that was a mistake. I think I just doxed myself. Oh god, what's that? Wait, me. It's just fine. Anyway, I thank you for all the years of updates. I found you from the transfer from Legacy Console Edition. You know what's fun, TV Spectator? I was just thinking about earlier today. I really want to make a video about that transfer process. It's been a few years, sure, but there's loads of people who want to have a world be made that way. And so I think it could be fun to provide people with a world download, but also explain the honestly, like, insanity of what's going on behind the scenes, because it's really, really clever, the sorts of things they have to do that you might not have even considered. So, is it true? Get blaze rods by magma cream and a stick, says Richie Tunard. If you check the major additions recipes, then you'll know. But yeah, magma creams are obviously found in the Nether, which means if you don't find blazes in the Nether, you can find something that will give you something. He can't kill you, can he? He just can't spawn down there. Yeah, so he can kill me. He could murder me, I could be dead. But my plan is that he should not murder me. And by digging through this chunk, and I'm gonna make this as a little safety zone, just in case a slime gets down here and I feel like I'm gonna die. And we'll feel very good about that later. Okay, safety zone achieved, I think, mostly. And then we'll just jump up along the rest of this. It's looking pretty decent, this destroyed chunk. And so, yeah, we will have to have a shift between this section and this section, but it'll be just fine. We'd have, like, 2 separate farms run at the same time. But for different purposes. We could have, like, one farm that specifically kills mobs and one that doesn't. It's, again, problem to solve for later me. Current me is just going to sleep. And by the way, it's very exciting. 20 days! 20 whole Minecraft days have been survived. So yeah, days played refers to the number of days that you have fully played, which means this is day 21, just in case you're curious. I guess day 21 if you count like a human being and not a robot, which to be fair, you know, a lot of people love counting like robots, and I won't fault them for it. Also, protection-free helmet. Ooh. Okay, so step 1, empty my inventory. A lot of garbage has started accumulating, and I don't know what to do with it. Step 2, dirt time. I think I'm gonna need a chest room very shortly. I think I always wait a little bit too late to make a chest room, so I'm gonna definitely do it quite early on this time. But only once this chest is literally full to the brim and cannot support anything else. Oh, I made wheat at some point into bread. Ah, that was a poor use of. I could have made a whole hay bale, but instead I have bread. That's fine. I've got more wheat to harvest anyway. So let's go. 8 more seeds means 3 more plants, which means even faster everything over here. Okay, so then I'm gonna switch out my helmets, and this can go in there. And you know, we could just make a double chest, and we'd put off our problem for another little while, chat. I like that idea a lot. I would like to have a chest room, but right now is not the time to deal with it. So there we go. Going great. How you get Celeron, you mined out an entire chunk, says Alex C. Yeah, that's a good point. I am doing something ridiculous right now. Yeah. Also, I started with a single sapling and nothing else. Yes, I started with a single sapling and the free maps. The free maps, obviously, are just there to get information. So with just a single sapling, we've got everything we've made so far. And by the end of today, once we get some iron in here, oh, I guess really we have iron right now, but once we get some more iron in here, crazier things will start to happen. I remember only video I did, tour review assortment of strange drinking vessels. I recently organized them, actually. I did a very good job, I think. But yeah, I would like to show them all off. I definitely have collected far too many. It's because I used to drink out of the fishbowl, and it just became like a signature thing, that I just started picking up weird ways to drink liquids. Because, you know, I love drinking liquids. A lot of people, you know, this is something that is underappreciated in the world. Just a fun drink is one of the best things in the world. I eat good meals, you know, like I don't eat good. I feel like you can't actually have 3 full meals in a day. That sounds like maybe an eating disorder, but do you know what I mean? Like, if you had pancakes for breakfast, you can't then have, like, I don't know, bangers and mash for lunch, and then have, like, a curry for dinner. unless you're doing like a lot of exercise or you have like you have a very physical job or whatever it is. Like if you're, it's hard, and as a result, I feel sometimes like, I'm cheated out of a meal a day if I have just a banana for breakfast or something like that. And so the solution that sits out in front of us is the idea that what if you could have, what if you'd have it all? But the solution is what if you could have just a simple idea, a fun drink. It's all the fun of trying something new, but it's in beverage form. So I love beverages. They're fun. Lots of fun types of beverages in the world. Or if you're American. I really would like to know, culturally speaking, do Americans actually eat dessert breakfast every day and then eat lunch and then eat dinner? Because it was an unfair representation, but I did speak to an American who was like, yeah, I skip lunch every day. And if I'm eating out, I skip breakfast too. And I was like, that makes sense to me. That's like that feels like a, but you know, maybe that person that sounds like more of an eating disorder than eating 3 big meals a day. So I don't know. Just blend all of your food into a drink, save time from chewing. Sounds good to me. You underestimate appetite, although I'm a teen, so I'm doing some growing, says Richard Montgomery. You know, I hate when people say that. Like, oh, you're a growing boy, I guess you gotta eat. You know, it's like, that feels like, I don't know, something about that. I can't even put a description on it right now. But I've always been like, that feels wrong, weird. Anyway, so let's put this away. And maybe put the one bamboo plank away, just so we can start actually picking up the dirt. Also, chat, this is my first chunk destruction I've done in this world. Oh, God! Hope you're excited to see it. I don't like how many slimes are bouncing in here. I think I should at least get rid of the spawning locations on the neighboring chunks. So let's do that right now. I need to, because I've got too many shovels anyway, right? So let's just shovel up a chunk like it's nobody's business. So this is an activity that is an example of something that's much better using a mouse, in my opinion, than a controller. Also, I need to eat quite badly, so get out of there. No, let's do it. And then, okay. And then we'll get back in there. It's kind of like dancing with a slime, but if I die, I lose the entire world, which is, you know, a little bit of the motivation to make sure we get this right. Okay, yeah, just keep on going. Fill in all the blanks. Yeah, it's going good. No problems here for me. Yeah, another one bites the dust, and make sure we don't get hit. It is a fun game, to be fair. It makes filling in a chunk feel a little bit more chaotic, but also a little bit more engaging. Sometimes you need chaos in your life to have fun. I feel like everyone has that one chaotic friend where you're like, I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm gonna find it fun. And maybe I get to be your parasocial version of that, Snap. You don't know why someone would choose to play Minecraft this way, but you sure are glad that someone chooses to. I hope you can say. Okay, we can finish up this chunk now. Just the last few blocks, finish them up. Probably shouldn't be sprinting, it's a bad waste of hunger, but it makes the process feel a little bit better. Okay, ouch. Don't want to be hit like that too often. Okay, let's go. Finish them up. Almost there. Oh, okay. Ouch, 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 ouch. Emergency bunker. Okay. Shouldn't let that happen. Definitely not going to do that. Have you tried this in Java? So many slimes. Yeah, it definitely depends on your world how many slime spawning chunks you actually end up with. But that is a bedrock problem too. Don't let someone convince you it's a Java only problem. So, shouldn't slime stick to slime blocks? Says American Gamer. I never thought about it, but you're right. That makes so much logical sense. Also, we've had a lot of rain. I'm happy for it, but also confused by it. I do have to say. So just gonna keep on tearing this place apart. I really just want to get out of here safely. So that's what I'm gonna do. Gonna jump on this center, use the center to jump out of the rest. Make sure I pick up any blocks which are sitting on the ground. It just feels like a waste to waste dirt. I know it's the one resource I have infinitely here, but it still feels like a waste, if you know what I mean. There should be a stress trigger warning. Where do you get bamboo in a flat world, says the fairy? As you can see, that guy over there. He drops bamboo when you kill him. This is an ultra flat world, not a super flat world. Ultra flat is the much improved version of super flat. I'm a big fan of it. I think it is the like now that I've properly put a lot of hours into both, I'm already appreciating the small side benefits. But the bigger thing to me is having a bigger goal to go for. You know, being able to go to the Nether, being able to go to the end, makes a huge difference to my like perception of how things are going. And because I think having big goals is really important. I have really big goals for this series. I hope you have big goals, or at least big expectations if you're watching. Because I'm on. Oh, you know, let's kill that fox. Do you think? Oh, has he got a diamond? Wait, chat. No, I'm imagining the diamond. He's looking cute though. I won't kill him. I have no idea what I saw when I said it. When I thought I saw a diamond there, but I wish it was a diamond. Anyway, so yeah, I have this like real nervousness of like, man, what if we die now? You know, there's not. It's just hours of time gone, and we're not especially deep in. Like if we die in the end, I really don't want that to happen either. But at least I'd feel like, okay, well we got something out of it. This is the logical place that we would arrive. Whereas it feels very different to be like, oh yeah, we just died while making an iron farm. Let's try to make another, or an iron grinder, I should say. Iron farm is something else. Guess we'll just have to try again another time. Something about that doesn't feel right. So let's now run all the way back here and have this line go all the way down to the bamboo at the edge of the world over there. Because I'm going to be placing a lot more of that down. But first, we just have to finish up this line. I think placing these lines en masse is saving us some time. So I'm glad we're doing that too. Is there a line that goes along the edge here? There is. Okay, let's continue it. And then let's continue it this way out to the next block, which is 112, I guess, logically. So all the way out to here. Which means if we're going out here, we need to now place some more bamboo, which we will do. I am loving this this city design, but we do have to pick an outer edge soon, which means I need to pick a size soon, which is a big pressure, honestly. It's a very big pressure for me to have, but it's one that I will take with duty. So it's nighttime. I've got to go to sleep. Let's run inside, and let's do so by creating one of these paths. Okay, let's go. I'm running the path along. We are good. Falling to your death because a skeleton shot you? Would you be very no, says Miss Pac-Man Driver Lady. I would feel a little poorly about that. I might even say very poorly. And that's one of the things I'm specifically aiming to avoid. Okay, so eat some more raw beef. You know, this might be a time to eat some bread. There's not many times in life where bread makes perfect sense, but this kind of feels like one of them. Put the apple away, put the lever away, and probably go out and kill some things soon. But today is all about making sure that our mob grinder will work, which means it's about destroying this chunk and covering as many others in dirt paths as possible. This is one of the kind of grindiest parts of a super flat, but it is also one of the more beautiful ones. Because once you do this, you are in control of your world. You decide what spawns where. You know, it's a rite of passage, in my opinion. Also, I'm going to move the creeper over here. Can you not? Are you trapped, creeper? It's kind of embarrassing. I hate to tell you, but it's a little cringe that you're trapped in there. There we go. Now can you get out? Come on, buddy. You shouldn't need help to get over that. There we go. So last time I did pretty well with the creeper, and I'm hoping I can do similarly okay this time. So I need to get a block to stand between me and the creeper. And then at the very edge of the creeper's range, perfect. It destroyed a bamboo wood, but took no damage for me. And it makes this very big hole, which is what I want to see. So destroy the rest of it. And then once this is destroyed, there'll be another chunk that mobs won't spawn. It's a lot more to go, but at least those we don't have to use bedrock for. You should make a villager hotel in future episodes of your hardcore flat world, says Serena. That's a great idea. I will. I think I like the idea of it being like a multi-story building, and each story of the building has a different type of villager in. It's a very fun idea. Place your bets, it will be one nugget short again. Man, that would hurt. We rely a lot on RNG for this. It's true. And so, if that RNG comes up just wrong, it will make me feel bad. But I'm thinking we can do the best we can to mitigate the odds of that happening. Also, we got a pig. I can't do anything until I get carrots. It sucks because I know that's the best thing I could do to mitigate something bad happening, but it's fine. So let's make some sticks now. Just make a whole bundle of sticks. And then let's make some bamboo planks. And then let's make a ton of wooden shovels. So many wooden shovels. But yeah, one of the real possibilities is that we go through all of this work, we finally get lightning, and then we don't have enough gold to make a golden apple, and we're back to nothing. And really, we need to make 2 golden apples. So the first time I get lightning to strike, I need it to strike so many piglins, there is no doubt that I have 3, 4, 5, 6 golden apples. So we're talking about not just, I don't know, 50 pigs. I want to have so many pigs the game will lag anywhere nearby where they are. So I'm going to make a very specific area for that to happen. I think it'll probably be out in the savannah biome. Oh, it doesn't thunder in a savannah biome, does it? Or does it? Chat, can it thunder where it's not raining? I don't know the answer to that. It feels like I should, though. It feels like an answerable question. I just don't have the answer. What's the build height in this world? So, when Minecraft is working, it's 500. When it's not working, it's whatever, 320. Which I guess when I say it like that, there's not really a huge difference, is there? But it feels like a huge difference, okay? It feels, you can feel the difference. So yeah, I'm gonna stop sprinting and just start walking casually to make some more chunks. Because more chunks means more blocks. More blocks means more chunks too. So place this that way, and then run all the way up here. And then we'll run to the right, and we'll make some more lines. Do you have a strategy for killing them this time? What do you mean a strategy for killing them? I think the strategy of having them all fall down and then just murder them as they come seems very safe. I know on Java the trident acts as it's thundering on rain-free biomes. I guess I should have some form of mechanism to funnel them into one place. I think that's a good idea, actually. If I made like a... So just a hypothetical, right? I'm going to just build this. If I had them all spawn there and there was fences all around this, something to stop them. And then imagine like a little entrance like this, where they have to come at me one by one. No mobs can spawn on top of me, because that'd be bad. But then I sit there and I kill and I kill and I kill and I kill. And then I pick up the drops. I think that would be the best method. It wouldn't work accounting for skeletons. So you'd have to make something where skeletons can't shoot at you. So a bunch of like slabs maybe, or something like that. Something where mobs can see you, but can't shoot at you. And then if we could do that, we'd be doing just great. So cat, just remove the patch of grass in the chunk of path. Yeah, you know, I'll do that. That's there we go. Let's finish it all up. Besides this one block over here. Perfect. Okay, so would a sharpness 5 axe be better than a smite 3 sword on bedrock? No. That's one of the fun differences that makes the combat so wildly strange. So, just got here. Can I ask why the dirt and ground works as Chronic Gamer? So a part of why it is it's really cool way to plan out the overall world we're making here. We're planning everything by chunks, and so by doing it by chunks, it means we're kind of making a grid system, which means we can plan the exact distance that things should be away from each other. Grid chunk A1 is where, you know, like where one of my villages will be. My house is in grid chunk, like, I don't know, like C3. And then the mob farm is in E5. So we know that my house is 2 chunks from the village and 2 chunks from the mob farm, diagonally speaking. By just having like a basic grid, by planning the grid first, it means that everything will fit within certain distance of each other, which is going to be very, very handy. It's something it's the cool thing about starting something again, is you get to like learn from your previous lessons. I mean, you should learn from your previous lessons. You don't have to. Beautiful thing about life is many people do not choose to. And that is one of your many great choices that you can make in this world. So now let's place this all the way down. I kind of just hope that these are long chunk lines. I feel like if one of these was wrong, it'd be very hard to spot until much, much later. But now we'll finish up over here. By the way, all the mobs on the other side of this, they're never coming in. They are forever unsafe mobs, but I can walk right through. I think that's the smart thing about a bamboo wall too. Like, what mobs can cut through it? I don't think many can. Silk the Wiz, thank you very much for the $2 tip. Hi. Oh wait, was that the first one? It was. And then we got a second one here from Miss Pat. I'm excited. It's gonna do text to speech. It's $10. I love that.
I'll have to leave again soon, so here are your provisions for the journey. Fan driver pro tip: if you think, well, I think I can do this, don't. Especially if a big truck is coming. Scared face.
That's the thing, right? When you're younger, the most important thing to know is when to take risks. And as you get older, the most important thing to learn is when not to take risks. And it sounds like you've learned that there are lots of times where you wouldn't want to take a risk, but you should. And then you've learned there are some times where you think that you should take a risk, you know, because like you're trying to, but then definitely not to. And it's kind of cool, in my opinion. Is the world... so, Cat, why is your X coordinate so high? You've got to stay away from Spawn. Spawn is a scary place. I don't think I have actually correctly answered that question in this series. So, hello, everyone, by the way. Welcome to episode 2 of what's going to be many episodes. If you're joining from the future where it is many episodes, oh yeah, future me is doing great. I have laid the groundwork for him, and I'm glad he's continued that. But if you're watching and this is the end of the series, I'll make sure I get this in now. So it's somewhere. Because this is ultra flat, it's a map that has different options. One of those options is a world with structures, and one is a world without structures. And so a fun thing about it is, I wanted to make it like a little Easter egg that they're both on the same world. So if you have coordinates turned on, the X coordinate kind of deliberately lets you know, like, oh, is there something else out there? Maybe if I just go to those coordinates, I would work it out. And so that's my silly little part of it. Is it essential to know that? Not in the slightest. Is it cool that you do anyway? I hope you think so, because you know anyway. So I'm going to jump up this, and I'm going to make some ladders now. They are my second favorite thing in life. And 3 ladders will be enough to connect this to the surface. And then, if the rest of that... Okay, just... Oh, that's fine for now. And then I'll get back to the destruction of this after I place some more of these blocks. So everything around here is going to be all dug up too. And it's all going to be filled in later. But for now, mostly filled in will do most of the same job. Again, it's all about the distance around it when no mobs can spawn, I think. As that increases, so too are odds by a lot. Are you going to build a historical town in this world, says Time Warper 41? What sort of historical town are you picturing? It sounds like you have an idea, so rather than me saying yes or no, how about you describe to me what you think the idea is? You know, pitch it to me, if you will. See if you can sell me on your idea. I feel like historical isn't the right word for something you're building on flat. I feel like if it's on a flat world, it almost, by definition, cannot be historical. But, you know, I'd love to be wrong about that. So, 72, by the way.
Why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't work. Glad to catch a live.
Thank you so much, Riggins Rally Girl. Thank you for the $10 tip. $10 is where it goes to text-to-speech, if you don't know. And also for doing it via Streamlabs. But the wonderful thing about this one is it's a joke too. So it's all of that, and then I get to go, why do cows wear bells? Because their horns don't... wait, because they... I get it. The horn is not a horn like a car horn. The horns are spiky horns. And so if they need to alert people, they need to ring the bell. You know, I feel like every good... People love when you explain a joke. So let's analyze this joke another layer deep, chat. And say, why do cows wear bells? You know, as someone who did not grow up in the hinterlands of a farm somewhere, I actually don't know that I could tell you the correct answer to that question. Is it so you can, like, you never lose a cow? You're like, well, if the cow's moving, I'll hear it. Because that feels weird too. Are there people really losing things? Also, yes, ye old dirt house. It would be cool to make a kind of dirt manor. I've got to admit, I would enjoy that a lot. Toy Cat had a big iron on his hip. Don't we all have a big iron on our hips sometimes? Okay, so this goes all the way this way. I have no idea when the end is, but it's definitely quite some distance. And then we're going to place some more bamboo just to prevent him from coming over here. Such is my dislike of slimes. So yeah, the beautiful thing about slimes seems to be that whenever they do spawn, we can easily get away from it. I've got one more of these. I've just got to place it, get it out of the way, and I will place more of these blocks, continuing that way. Okay, now we're gonna get back to destroying that one chunk, and yeah, we've got 2 more days in. This is really reminding me that you can't go for like day 1. Idea of having a you know, like an iron farm. Day 2, all the iron is grinded. No, there is a lot of grinding that happens in between, but that's just fine with me. Do cows wear bells, or do bells wear cows? Whoa, never even realized that could be 2 no, that's definitely not. I think it's help it if they get lost. Most don't. Yeah, I feel like cows are very well controlled. One of the like crazy inventions in the world, like one of the ones that really changed the course of it, was barbed wire. Because barbed wire is both enough for humans to go, oh, shouldn't go there, but also cows go, ow, can't go there. And so you can keep cows enclosed in a space very easily. I think there's a lot of like agriculture inventions that change the world, but because we don't interact with agriculture, we have no clue they exist. The one to me that I think about a lot is fertilizer. It is often said that fertilizer, bone meal, but IRL. See, look, I'm Minecraftifying it. But fertilizer exists in real life. It sounds like it's used as a joke often, but fertilizer is a real thing. It is the addition of nitrogen to soil, because the thing we've always known, like as long as we've had, farming humans, we've known that if you try to farm the same soil every single year, it doesn't work. You need certain things from the soil, but one of the big ones is nitrogen. And so without that, you need to do crop rotation. You need to have different crops in the soil every year so they don't use the same resources from the ground. But the addition of fertilizer means that you can rapidly increase the amount of nitrogen in the soil. I don't know why horse poop works so well as fertilizer. I imagine they have, I imagine most animals have that inside their body. But it's also been used many times in history to keep humans enclosed. That's also a big point. Basically, anything you can use to help humans, you can use to hurt humans. And fertilizer, funnily, is an example of that. So, before we had, before the invention of liquid fertilizer, nitrogen and all that stuff, it was just accepted that every, 20 to 50 years, there would be a famine, and, 20% of the world population would die. We genuinely just accepted that and bundled that into, life expectancy. Because, eventually the food runs out. There's, it was, genuinely a theory of humanity that, yeah, we always bred too many people, and then there was some famine, some food problem, and now some people die. It's, we accepted it as such a law of nature that when we brought along fertilizer and we massively increased the amount of food that could be created, we're like, we will never have, this again. And to be fair, even the big famines we've had since 1900 have been so localized in nature, because the problem isn't lack of food in the world. The problem is, oh yeah, we can't get the food to the right place in the right amount of time. The same problem with there's starving kids in Africa, so make sure you eat your, your fish and chips. And it's like, they can't have the fish and... If I don't eat the fish and chips, they can't have it. I'm going to be honest with you, that's the thing. So, the reason that I say fertilizer can be used to kill people is because fertilizer, because it's made from nitrogen, I don't think... I might get in trouble for saying this, but if you ever go to an airport, you cannot... you have to declare if you've been on a farm in the last X amount of time. And that's not just because they want to single out farmers for extra security, but it's because the thing that they are looking for is basically those same nitrogen traces. The same things that make, all the energy go into the soil is what causes, fertilizer to be... Anything that can be used to help humans can be used to hurt humans. Deep Toy Cat. It's true. It's true. I feel like all of our most painful collective experiences come from some variation of this fact. That anything we can do to help people, we can work out ways to hurt people in the exact same way. But, that's the history of our species in a nutshell. Is there are lots and lots of different types of people. Not all of those types of people are the same as you in what they want and what they believe, and that eventually causes problems. By the way, chat, look at this. I have now officially said Also, Toy Cat is love, Toy Cat is life, Toy Cat is in desperate need of good random dice rolls. I've had really good luck with the rainstorm so far. I hope that doesn't mean I'm using up my luck for later. Okay, so let's jump in here. And now let's cover this chunk in pathway blocks too. And then probably this one as well, I guess we'll say. Yeah, let's do it. Let's cover this one entirely. And we'll do so while avoiding slimes, because that is easy to do. We'll do both these chunks at the same time, actually. We're going to use a lot of these blocks, but that's okay. I don't think I wanted to do that, by the way. Oh, and there's a creeper. Love that there's a creeper. I don't know if those are meant to be pathway blocks, and I just haven't made them, or what that is, but it's fine. As long as there's no creeper behind me, I'm going to do just great right now. And continue more over here. And then maybe run all the way to the edge of the world. Eat a pork chop. Reconsider my life decisions. And after checking behind me, I'm going to put these there. Is there a creeper coming?
Mr. Cat been watching consistently for about 4 years and thought I'd finally pay my tax.
Thank you.
Hope you're well. I had a philosophy of language exam today and it was stressful.
Philosophy of language is an interesting collection of words. Oh no! Oh, I messed that one up. Glad that didn't cost me my life. So yeah, we'll work on this side first, because this is the side most likely to spawn mobs in. Then we'll come back around and get the rest of it. Powder creamer explodes. Is that true? That's funny if so. Yeah, there's a big problem that we in some places they're worried about agricultural pathogens. Yeah, so those places in particular, what they're actually worried about is like between regions of the world. So say from Asia to Australia, or from Europe to North America. If you bring certain, like, you know, pests, certain micro life, certain soil diseases, one region will be perfectly adapted to deal with them, but one region won't be. This is a funny thing about, like, as best I can tell, banana diseases. The reason why we have to change bananas every 20 years is because there's eventually, like, a disease that hurts bananas that's only in one region of the planet, and we try everything we can to make sure it doesn't escape. But banana diseases can spread so many ways that eventually all the bananas on the planet die to this one disease. Like, I guess in the same way that, you know, humans have been struggling forever with, like, how do you feed everyone? We've been struggling against diseases forever, and humans still barely come out on top over disease, right? Like, the number of times we've had to ruin our own lives for the sake of disease. Has that happened recently, actually? No, yeah, I don't think there's been a big disease in the last little while. So I doubt in anyone's lifetime there'll have been one. But, you know, in those distant points in the past, like, what was the last one? Must have been, like, I don't know, I actually don't know the name of it. The one that makes you need an iron lung. Polio. Yeah, I think it'd be polio. I think that must be the last big disease that went around. But still, human, you know, like, we as a species with actual brains and the ability to understand diseases are still getting our asses handed to us. Imagine how bananas are going to do. Do you know how much insight bananas have to their diseases? They don't understand that they're sick. They don't know how to quarantine. They don't understand, I don't know, like, healthcare. You know, in any banana society you look at, you know, there's no, you know, universal, you know, like, there's no universal healthcare or anything like that. It's all just bananas being like, well, I guess I'll just die then. And die is what bananas do. It's very sad. Speaking of things that are sad, chat, should I name a Minecraft cat Andrew or IBX Toy Cat? I think you should name your Minecraft cat the Long Boy. I think if he's a long cat at least, you know, a good cat is a long cat. That's my option number 3 for you right there, Riggins Rally Girl. Hope you're doing wonderfully, by the way. Or as wonderfully, yeah, you know, actually, I feel like as wonderfully as you can do is almost like a backhand. It's like, yeah, we're as good as you can do, because it sucks. But I hope things are good. I hope things are good for everyone all the time. Actually, you know, I even hope. The only time that I hope things are bad is if you're going to do bad things. But even then, only if you're going to be feeling bad about... If you feel so bad about something that it makes you stop doing bad things, then I hope you're doing badly. But everyone else, I hope you're doing great. What do you call universal healthcare instead of national healthcare? Universal healthcare. Okay, no, we're not getting into a healthcare debate. Okay, so just very briefly, healthcare is the providing of care for someone's health. National healthcare would be the providing of someone's health by the government, nationalized healthcare, I guess you could say. But universal healthcare is not that. Universal healthcare is healthcare for everyone. You can have universal healthcare that is also paid. As long as, no matter what your income status and your ability to pay, you would still get it. If you get that, it is provided for everybody. And so usually what people say when they mean universal healthcare is universal, free at the point of use healthcare. But universal in itself does not mean that. But the weird thing about words is we use words and eventually shift their meaning by using the wrong word, but using it to mean a certain thing. So, we could say, I think when we said hardcore, we used to play hardcore before hardcore came to Bedrock, right? Because it was accepted that it's hard difficulty with one life. It's the exact same thing. But some people would be like, no, that's not hardcore, though. It's hardcore when you get the red hearts. That's the important defining feature of hardcore. And, so yeah, it's a thing. Stop, it's a trap, says Robin Brooks. So chat, what's your favorite name for a Minecraft cat? Could you give me your favorite Minecraft cat name? Yeah, let's do it. Bananas don't have free healthcare. No banana NHS. Yeah, if you'll believe it, the bananas do not have a pool of money that they all pay into, and then when they need to take out, they all, there's no such system in the banana world. It's some say it's possible to develop it. Others say that that's just not doable. I don't know which side is true. I just know I've got to watch out at all costs for random mobs spawning in this mess. Should we chop it from the top down, actually? That probably seems crazy. But it might actually be the smarter bet. Let's chop our way in. So this is about 100 saplings that I've grown together, chat. It has made the messiest collection of trees ever. But it should be very easy to chop down, at least. And as long as nothing else follows me in here, very easy to chop down. So then we'll have all of the wood we'll ever need to. So Gustavus Adolphus, says David Solomano. Jerome, says Nathaniel Goldberg. There we go. We got out of the controversial land. No more issues with healthcare. So, I think it's it bothers me how many people call Minecraft wolves dogs more than it should. Well, that's the thing, right? Is when you tame a wolf, in my mind, it becomes a dog, but it doesn't change at all. Whereas an ocelot, you cannot tame because you have to tame cats instead. Which is, I still want someone to explain that to me. Mojang were like, oh, you can't tame ocelots in the real world, but you can't tame wolves in the real world either. At some point, someone tamed an ocelot, and that's how we end up with house cats. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know well enough to be exact. Also, baby meow. Baby meow. Baby meow. Make a forest with these trees, please. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a little forest somewhere in this world, right? Yeah, that's the fun thing about it, is outside of my city area, I could actually make like a little nature reserve, right? Like have a hill, have some stuff going around it. It's a fun idea to consider. I like the thought. Because if we place these trees in the taiga, we could... It's a fun idea. I'm proud of our good cat names, says David. I'm a little less proud. I feel like we've got some fine names in there, and then we've got some fine names in there, if you know what I mean. But I'm glad that people tried. Sometimes trying is all you can do in life. And indeed, that is what I see a lot of. So I'm chopping down these trees, by the way, to get my hands on some wood. Although in reality, we're probably just as well off getting our wood from the bamboo. Maybe better off getting our wood from the bamboo. But if we at least destroy a corner of this, then we'll say we made a difference. Yeah, the problem with this style of chopping down saplings is we don't get as many saplings back as we grow, even though it's easier to get the wood. So it is something to consider, that maybe we should start placing some more in the other corners of this place. But, whatever. It's fine. Future me has got current me covered. Current me just has to... Oh, should have destroyed that. Current me just has to work out how I'm going to get enough shovels to make sure that all of the mobs stop spawning. By the way, tonight, I think tonight's coming soon. In about 5 minutes, I'm going to do another test of this area here. So this I'm going to shovel up fully. Oh, see, for reasons like that. I'm going to shovel this area up fully. And then this I'm going to do fully. Maybe 2. Yeah, on this side of the hole, it makes sense to. Just like one block on every other side of all the chunks we've already done. So I'll place a crafting table there, I guess. Seems like a good place for one. Use it to make a wooden shovel. Shovel this whole chunk up. And just really have as big of a limit on mobs near this as it can be. Such that mobs that want to spawn will figure they should spawn there. I don't know if that's how it works. I know that eventually it all suddenly clicks into place. But right now it feels like it will do that anyway. So more pathways, more craziness. What's more annoying, phantoms or chopping down these types of trees? I don't think chopping down trees is that annoying. I feel like the most annoying tasks in Minecraft are the ones where you feel like you need something. It's not a fun when you find it. Like, I think when I'm trying to get netherite, because I just need another netherite thing for this display or that display, I'm like, okay, I am beholden to RNG gods. Why? I have 2 cats, Ghost, and because my husband was watching Game of Thrones and Jon Snow Wolf was called Ghost, and our white cat's Spirit, because the name Ghost was already taken and now it's a theme. Yeah, I remember, I think Ghost is a very cute cat. Oh wow, cat, you know, I never even, I mean I have, but I haven't done it any time on stream. But wow, you know, you're called Cat and you have cats. Wait, I'm called Cat and I don't have cats. What's wrong with me? Baby Meowx, that's what my baby cousin thinks he is, a cat, and that is what we call him. Mate, your baby cousin is a cat? I misread that, but I don't want to hear it correctly. I would rather believe that you have a cousin that is a cat. You know, it'd be nice to believe we all have cousins that are cats. I mean, if you know how some people, you know, I hate to say this, but some people are a bit weird with their cats. They're like, they're part of the family. It's your brother, it's your cousin or whatever. You could just be like, well, if my aunt has a cat that she's very attached to, she has a dog too, so they are my cousins. If she thinks they're her children, then that makes them your cousins. Not all trees, just the oak trees that have the random blocks scattered. Yeah, it's definitely a... Oh, yeah, as you can see, we're slowly starting to see more and more of the armor trims. It's a cool reminder that we can actually collect all of those on this world. Just another reason to play Ultra Flat, by the way. Slowly combine some shovels together. Look at this one. It's almost a quarter full now. Should we use it up now? Yeah, let's do it. Just for fun. And it's all gone. Finish off the out, and then get right back to that blob. Honestly, it looks like one mega tree, doesn't it, chat? Do you see me there? Like, it looks like it's one tree that has lots of... I want to say the word appendages, but that's definitely not right. But it looks like that regardless. Okay. Now we are all in on finishing this chunk. Let's go all in on finishing this chunk. So I think the bamboo is going to have to move eventually. I didn't think so soon, though. But yeah, we'll just run all the way across this chunk there. And then we'll run all the way back. Pick up some saplings. Place them right back where they were before. And make... I'm going to do it from here where I know I won't get exploded by a creeper from behind. Let's make some more sticks to make some more... Oh, so many sticks to make so many wooden shovels. Oh no, a bed. Do I need another bed in this world? Let's go for one anyway. Let's treat ourselves to a second bed. I'll make it using yellow dye or whatever else I can find. What else can I find? I think yellow is the easiest one for right now. So we'll just have another yellow bed, and that will be great for Fred. No, we'll put this just over... It could go down here, honestly, right? Sleep in the hollow chunk, but that seems scary, so I'll just put it out here, middle of there. And now is the test, chat. Now is the tester. Will we have any decent, effective... Okay, so that goes there. Now's the test. Will any mobs actually spawn up there tonight? I removed enough chunks around it that I hopefully have made a difference. But is it enough of a difference? Okay, so finish this up. Good and easy. Okay, yep, no more of that. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of shoveling tonight, but mostly just testing the farm. Where will it go? What will happen with it? Who knows? All I know is that this is going to connect to there. And so we'll run across, switching shovel every so often. And yeah, that's pretty decent. It's fun how many, okay, we could get another Illager banner, but that's not what I want right now. What I want right now is safety. I've got another Wandering Trader just spawned at night on the dirt path. That's weird. I feel like mobs shouldn't spawn on dirt path. And we're just waiting for a mob to spawn up there. In fact, how did the skeleton spawn on that, chat? Isn't that meant to be one of the few places mobs don't spawn? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that why I did that? I thought that's why I did that. So yeah, we're going to keep on placing blocks and just kind of hoping. There's a zombie that spawned out. Yeah, zombies are spawning down there too. Can mobs spawn on bottom half slabs? They shouldn't be able to, right? But they're not falling down, you can tell. They're definitely just spawning there. That's a zombie with a husk on his back. How does that happen? Yeah, that's interesting. So let's just go to bed. Let's hope that the pillagers don't ruin my sleep. Oh, get in. Okay. I am going to probably have a bit of a problem now. This is why you need the emergency escape tunnel, chat. It's fellas like this. He's just sitting at my door. But I can wait. I can outwait him. Oh, no, I shouldn't have opened that. I can wait. And I bet I could just kill him. Yeah, that's so perfectly aimed at me. There's no way I get out of this with anything less than a few hits of damage. So, okay. Perfect. Well, as close to perfect as I can be. And then if I wanted to, I could use my bow to finish this guy again. I might as well start collecting these ominous banners, right? I feel like they're fun to collect. Every one of these can be one for the trophy gallery. I don't know what's going wrong. There we go. One for the trophy gallery. I think these arrows are way too valuable to waste. But you know, also ominous bottles. Since I'm collecting them, it just seems good. Spend 20 minutes grinding mobs, please, says Serena. Yeah, that might... Doing a down here grind of mobs might bring me like a little bit of good feeling about like actually feeling the progress on it. It might be a good idea just to have that done. So let's go back out here. But yeah, I just use buttons instead of slabs. Do you think that's what we should do? But yeah, that is very concerning that mobs spawned there. I need to work out what that is. Why would they... What would be the exception they're using, chat? Why would they be... Carpets were my fix for that issue. How did you get the days played in the corner of the screen? It's a brand new preview feature. You gotta stay up to date with Bedrock. It's very exciting, the things they are up to right now. So this whole chunk is gonna be covered in paths next, and then the chunk next to that too. So gonna be covered. Gonna be good. So so can't collect the arrows that didn't land there. Oh yeah, that's very smart, Mercan Gamer. That's very smart. I should do that. Yeah, there is no question. So we'll shovel along here. And then we'll probably have to finish this path along here. Surprised I haven't done this dividing line yet. And then let's go collect the arrows that we shot that didn't hit something, because that is a very important thing to do. So 2 raw beef means I'm absolutely out of food. I do need to worry about that. And also, where did my arrows go? Do they despawn faster than other items? Or did I hit every single arrow and I just didn't realize? I'm not sure. For now, though, it's sheep killing time. And maybe a zombie or two. Yeah, we'll kill the zombies that make it into the day. Oh! My luck, chat. My luck has been on fire. Wow. 2... What is that, like 20, 30 zombies killed and 2 iron ingots? Okay, I don't want to use up all the RNG. Don't want to use it all up. But that is very good. Let's go! Very exciting. Okay, so I kind of want to tame this wolf, but I'm perfectly happy not. I do intend to just kill every mob around here, though. And we're going to work out the minimum distance away from here we want to do. So if this was chunk 5, let's say, this would be 6. This would be 7. This would be 8. And then the next one would be 9. But I think we're going to expand this to 10 by 10 and have the middle mob farm be 2 by 2 blocks wide. That's my plan. And so by planning it in advance, it'll be much better. So if this is chunk 9, it goes from 112 out to 128. Okay, 128 is over here. And then this is going to run all the way up. Silly distance away. And then we'll combine a bunch of shovels together so we can actually do some more. Okay, look around. Every single time I craft, I'm just going to look over my shoulder, chat. Just to make sure no slime has spawned or no, you know, like there's a lot of bad things out there that want to get me that I don't want to get me. And so this is my way of avoiding that. So then we keep running over here and over here. And then we'll have this run over to the last chunk. So if 128 is 9 chunks, then 144 would be the limit. Okay, chat, this is going to be the size of my... You could call it a city if you want to. From here to the bamboo, you literally can't see over there because it hasn't rendered anymore. So you won't be able to see all the walls of the city at once. Can you see them all from here, maybe? No, you can't. Okay, so you can only see about 8.5 chunks away. Bamboo. So you'll never be able to see all of the bamboo in the city unless you're in the center. But, yeah, this block here is where it's going to be at. And we're going to run down here and work on the corner, I guess. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be real exciting times, chat. So now we have to combine the last 3 shovels together. They say you get a 5% bonus, but I'm actually not sure it's worth it. I think I might switch to just accepting the pain of no bonus. And also maybe stop sprinting so I have to spend less time doing other stuff. Okay. There we go. Shovel dead. All the shovels are dead. We have to make another crafting table. Goes right in the corner here. Just on the ground for now. And then we'll make some wood. And we'll make some sticks. And we'll make too many shovels. It's weird. You have to be very careful crafting these because the game really wants you to craft an iron shovel. But I have to say, no game, I will not craft an iron shovel. I do not consent to that. And then it'll listen. So, why not 16 by 16 chunks? Then it's a chunk of chunks. Also, hi, says Moo. 16 by 16 is nice, but we're doing this for practicality reasons. We're going for the smallest size we can because we have to cover everything in this with something. Later, if we wanted to, we could make an expansion, but that way we could pick a city that isn't a perfect square. This is just the minimum size square that we have to physically exist. And so that is the reason why we decided the way that we did. So put that up there for now. Maybe even put these 2 up there. Move the shovel, move that, and move the food to be the left slot. Okay, shovel time. Let's go... Oh, and then we also have to deal with bamboo. So bamboo all over here. And then it's shovel time, chat. We're going to go crazy on the shovels, let me tell you. But it is kind of an exciting moment to have another corner of the city be properly developed. So now we know that it's going to be 160 blocks from here until the end over there, which should be 664. No, wait, 624 is where these lines are going to go up to. And so that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to run this way or walk this way because I am being careful. And do great. Check the foxes when you're near. Yeah, that's a good point. When there's a lot of foxes, they might have emeralds. Emeralds are too valuable for me to just be, like, ignoring, basically. So let's not be ignoring the foxes. Let's not be ignoring them. Do any of these guys have anything in their mouths? If we could get a diamond, would be life-changing. Any of you fellas? There's so many to not have a diamond, honestly. Oh. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to kill you anyway. I think it's a stick, actually. I'm going to make sure it's a stick by killing him, though. Yep, it's a stick. Probably not worth 4 hits of the sword. But a little bit of raw lamb would be good. So, have you got any diamonds in your mouth? Oh, he's got something. He's got feathers. I don't really want feathers. I would like diamonds, emeralds, all of those sorts of things. The color of the grass in this biome is disgusting. Yeah, I've always been a fan of the jungle grass. I think jungle grass is game-changing. Like, the fact that there was jungle grass in my, outside my Let's Play World house is something I got questions about for years, because people went, wow, how do I get that? And, you know, I think in life, you shouldn't judge your value by how many people go, wow, how did you get that thing? But it is something that I think a lot of people crave. People spend a lot of money to get that feeling. And in Minecraft, you don't need to spend money. You just got to avoid the tiger and go to literally any other biome. But specifically, I think it works. Oh, okay, there's more. There's a fox over there. What's he got in his mouth? If we do look around long enough, we will eventually find one. It's just a matter of that time. There is only so much time in the world. It's, the stream is keeping me semi-sane while working on uni work. It's my final submission before getting my master's. Hey, congratulations! There are very few. Oh wow, chat! Look at that! Look at that! I feel like we have to tame one of these, right? It's a waste of my time on one hand, but it's okay. You know, I'm just gonna tame one. Yeah, look at that! I got 2 wolf types now. We can probably get a lot more than 2 wolf types. A fun fact, by the way, is the next update to Ultra Flat is going to make sure that you can get every single wood type. Honestly, someone literally tweeted the suggestion at me, and I was like, okay, let's do it. If you want to suggest something for toy maps, there is a Twitter account at IBX Toy Maps. It's a fun thing. I really do like making things that allow people to have fun survival experiences is one of the best bits about, I don't know, my job as a whole. I enjoy when someone gets that great feeling of like, oh yeah, I got to do this thing. Thanks for getting me into it. And it's fun that led to someone being like, oh, but this could be better this way. And we're like, yeah, let's do it then. So this wolf is going to be in charge of guarding one of the entrances to this world. In fact, it won't be an entrance yet, though, so we'll just leave him hanging out here. Okay, wolf, can you get through the barrier? Oh, no, he can't. You're too stupid. How about now? There we go. And we'll just sit him down. Make sure we fix this for later. Bamboo. And keep the rest of these for something else. So I'm going to go on a small killing spree right now. Just a small one, chat, not a big one. I'm just going to go on a small killing spree. Eat one of these first. And the idea is to... I want to see if I'm going to get a lot more iron. If I get, you know, like some skeletons or some drops like that. It's, oh, also Enderman. We should be thinking about how to kill them and how not to die to them. Maybe. Or maybe we shouldn't be. I'm a little terrified. I need to have my emergency response planned. If an Enderman looks at me the wrong way, I'm going to use proportional response. Which is to say I'm going to hide, I'm going to panic, and it's going to be fine. And we're going to put away our garbage stuff. So combine this and that. Put some of this away. Just make sure it's all in there. You know, just in case I die, I want to have my iron in a chest. I think I could kill this guy, but I also think he might kill me. I don't need an ender pearl that bad, so I'm just not going to go for it. But we are going to look up there. What do we see? No mobs yet. I am going to look at all the skeletons I see. I mean, the spiders I'm seeing. If I see... Also, a spider jockey, wow. If we see a substantial number of zombies, I'll go for a substantial number of kills on them. That's my plan. Let's see if it works for me. Yeah, there's nothing to go for a killing spree on, chat. I'm looking at it, and I'm seeing a lot of spiders. Do I want string? I don't know if I want string in large quantities or not. I don't think I need it yet. By the time I need string, I already have water. Because I want to have fishing rods, but that's not right now. Skeletons, I don't need... I do need the arrows, but they will tear me apart while I try to hunt for them. And so is that worthwhile? I could get them to tear each other apart. But I don't know if I get enough arrows for that to be... You know, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see how well this goes for me on one. Okay, so that was one skeleton. I lost one heart, which means effectively one piece of wool. I have a lot of raw beef, but not infinite amounts of it, right? Okay, so I'm going to charge in. Okay. Okay, this is bad. See, already it's terrible, and I'm at 4 hearts lost, and not a lot of gain for it. So I really want to have it so that the second skeleton shoots the first skeleton, but it just isn't happening. So we'll run back this way, and we're just going to kill a couple of zombies, but you're seeing the risk that we have to take, even for the safest of bets. The risk reward, and even just the costs of this. Given that I'm going to, given that I am going to have a farm running, I don't think going, and also, you know, it just isn't worthwhile. I don't think this is a good use of my time or a good risk of my life. That is a zombie. I want to kill him with his sword so bad. I'm going to do it in the morning when he's on fire, though. So follow me to my house, Mr. Zombie. Please, Creeper, don't follow him. Follow me to my house, zombie. Okay, keep following me, zombie. Just the zombie, though. Okay, I'll wake up in the morning. I'll deal with him. Make a shield, says Robert May. I am torn about making a shield. It sets me back so much, but I think it might be worth doing anyway. I'm gonna finish the zombie. He will finish me in 1 hit, though. But I've hit him once, so he might drop his... Oh, he's gonna kill the skeleton. Perfect. But he'll drop his iron sword because I hit him, and that's what matters to me. But he isn't gonna drop it, so that's fine. If I got an iron sword, I wouldn't know what to do with it, but it would be nice. I would like to have that problem, you know? So let's quickly go check on the foxes. Any diamonds or emeralds in their mouths? There's something in this guy's mouth. What is it? What have you got? Share it with the rest of us. Leather. That's fine. That's decent. And what have you got? That's rotten flesh, right? Yeah, I'm not bothered about that. You can have the rotten flesh. So now we'll come right back in and we'll get straight to the most important bit, which is our mob grinder. As we've seen, you could use it to harvest bamboo, says Chantal. Yeah, that'd be exciting. Imagine how much bamboo I could harvest with an iron sword. Oh yeah, that'd be exciting. I think killing zombies in the day isn't a bad use of my time, though. They're here anyway, and they do have a decent drop rate, and I'm safe killing them. It's like having a mob farm, but just having to do a little bit more work. Which isn't terrible. We can let the game kill most of them. And if I just get that first carrot and that first potato, that would be great. It's weird because although if I could get 10 iron in a row, I would get that before I get carrots. But I know I'm going to get a carrot and a potato somewhere before my 10th iron. That's when I can really move things up. And so if I'm going to get those, you know, carrots and the potatoes, I want them earlier. So in a weird way, I want the worst drop to come now because I know it's coming later. And I can do more things with carrots and potatoes now than I can with the other stuff. So let's now finish up these 2 chunks. Slowly but surely. We're making a big change here. Finish these. Once we finish these 2, we'll finish the other 2. And then we'll go back and as soon as we get like a tankware slime or something, I'm going to finish the corners of the world. So you can see the exact size of what we're doing. Spam your weapon, says WTTP. That's what you got to do on Bedrock. It's funny, the way that Bedrock combat works looks horrifying to Java players in a way that I never realized until one of my videos, like, you know, makes it to an audience of people who don't play largely Bedrock, and they're like, wait, why are you playing that way? I don't understand. And it feels the same way to me watching Java stuff. I'm like, ooh, something's going wrong here, but I can't put my finger on what. And it's funny how things are like that. So yeah, the world is slowly getting pathed in, which is a good thing, all things considered. But it's a very time-consuming thing. Each of these chunks is taking like a whole inventory worth of wooden shovels to do, which is fine. We're getting the job done. That's what matters. So, yeah, I think the still spawn proofing, says Darlene Franklin. Oh yeah, this is a crazy, like, think about the task we're doing here, right? If you just think about it as like, oh yeah, one of the things you have to do is spawn proof. But it's like, no, you have to make it so every single block in your simulation distance, every block that Minecraft knows exists, should have 0% chance of spawning mobs, so that the few mobs that Minecraft does know exist, you know, the ones that it is simulating, so that those ones will not have any mobs. It is a It is wild that it is even thought about as any amount doable. But it is the only way, and so it is the way we choose to do things. It's one of those things from Superflat that I think is nice to keep pure. It's a lot of work, but it is at least doable. The only reason we added things in Ultraflat is so that there was some way to do these things that are otherwise just, you know, undoable. In a way that I don't think it even gets fun at some point, you know? So, plenty of bamboo. Love to see it. We'll combine this now with the... And in fact, we'll make a few more blocks. First, make 15 blocks of bamboo. Then we'll pick up the rest. Break the odd block to get to the ones that have fallen. And then combine the two swords together. I have the messiest inventory in the world, chat, but trust me when I say this is at least managed chaos. Then we'll run home after some raw beef, and we're great. So OP Games wants to know how he can get a day counter for his world. It is a Bedrock preview feature, so it'll be part of 1.21. Right now we're playing the preview because I want to play hardcore, which is preview only, and I want to play with the days played counter, also preview only. By the way, we're 2 hours into the stream now. Wow, time flies. I really do think this is one of the things I was built for. I don't know what it says about me that that's true, but it does feel very true. Okay, 9 white carpets. Should finish up my carpet requirements. And I've got a lot of helmets starting to build up. I'll have some fun use for them later, I'm sure. But here we go. It's done. Now we can just start filling in the rest of the carpet places. So I'd say here is a good spot. Or maybe here and there too. But for now, the carpet... The house has a carpet running around it, which is lovely. So back to shoveling. I have lots of inventory spaces that will be filled with shovels and shall be filled with shovels. And now this is something I think is more comfortable for controller. So when you're doing mass spamming of blocks, I think this is a moment where you just want to be like, not turn off your brain, but use your brain for the other things that you want to think about. Like, rather than thinking about how will I put this shovel on the next block, it's more fun to spend those seconds thinking like, okay, well, I have done this. What should I do next? I need to do this, and I need to work out the plans. I think that's more fun and more useful for a world. So now, challenges are fun, says Catbeanie. I totally agree with that. The fact that it's both ridiculously hard of a challenge, but also each of the steps feel quite broken down is what makes this feel quite appealing to me. Like, you know, look, the fact that this exists, right? The fact that it's just like, each of these steps is so grindy, but they perfectly tie into the next one. It used to be only theorized that you could play Flatlands. Like it was a meme on the channel, like, I missed Flatlands, and so we're like, why don't we just play Flatlands on Bedrock? And it's like, well, you can't actually do that. And we slowly pieced together, like, oh, well, you could get a cured zombie villager, but you'd only need this, and you could do this to do that. It slowly came together over a really long, amount of time. And so it was beautiful what we eventually ended up with. How does the day counter have a Minecraft world? Thank you, Cat Lord, for asking the real questions that we need to know about. So, finish another shovel off. Yep. I am going to have this chunk be filled in next, I think. I want to fill them in such a way that makes it very clear where the chunk boundaries are to anyone who's looking. And then I think what we'll also do is if we look at my simulation distance, I think it's set to 8. We're going to turn that down for tomorrow night and see if that decreases things. So nighttime is actually coming quite soon. Let's do it right now, chat. Let's leave the game and come back in and then turn down the simulation distance to 4. This increases the amount of mobs that spawn in quite a wild way. But it's going to be required for anything to do with this mob farm stuff. So it's what we are going to do. Can you get armadillos on flat worlds? Yes, actually, funnily enough. Only on ultra flat, though, because it's a savanna mesa biome mob. But in this savanna biome, there are armadillos. You just have to find them. I mean, there's armadillos everywhere. You've just got to find. How much iron do you have? Just 2 bits right now. I'd like to get more. I'm slowly working on the iron reserves. I'm hoping that tonight is going to be my first night where iron is spawning on a... Where we're not iron is spawning. That's a high goal. I hope tonight is our first night where where mobs are spawning in a very controllable way. I hope that that is true, but we can only wish that it is. Dogadillos 2 says Zero Rules. April Fool's Potato Dimension Farlands run when? I haven't looked at the Farlands yet. I'm glad someone thinks about that when an update comes out, though. Someone needs to question, what does this look like, but in the Farlands? Okay, so sticks and stones may break my bones. But also, I think controller is actually better for crafting in that one specific way that it won't move you around. It's something I didn't think about until just that moment, but that was very handy that I had a controller just then. Okay, all of this is going to be unbambooed now. I kind of like the bamboo as a safety mechanism, so we'll keep some of it. But a lot of this bamboo is going to be moved out somewhere else, and the blocks underneath it are going to be shoveled in. It's a bit of a messy one to look at, but hopefully the concept is understandable. And hopefully, more importantly, no mobs spawn here anytime too soon. So there we go. All shoveled up. I love that this happens when there's a shovel, when there's a dirt path block next to a slab. This weird gap underneath it. It's just so uncanny, but so nice. Yeah, so yeah, sometimes having a big grind is this negative thing, but I think it is fun to know when you're done, like, oh, I have done something special. There's the weird duality of life is the worst of tasks can create the best of outcomes. You know, it's the whole thing about you can hurt yourself. Anything that can be used to hurt yourself can be used to, you know, benefit yourself. You know, the fact that, like, some people come out of prison and they're like, yeah, that was the best thing that happened to me. It's something you hear and you just roll your eyes at least I do. But there is something behind it, you know? As wrong as it might be on the objective level. So, I hope fletching tables have some use in 1.21 or 1.22. Me too. Me too. Okay, so we've got 4 chunks of simulation distance on now, which means when I stand right here, about a third of the blocks that mobs can spawn on can't spawn mobs. It's all dirt paths. And so mobs spawning up there should get much, much more likely. We don't know for sure, but that means you can see there's no mobs spawning on this dirt path, right? It's only a parrot flew over here, creepers are spawning there, here, there, but they're not spawning on this path. They're just not also spawning up there. They'll only spawn up there once all of this is pathed. It's something I'm now coming to accept. It's something that is a little bit painful, right? So what I'm now going to have to do is start placing, like, some block to represent chunk boundaries. Maybe like a button on the ground or something like that. Yeah, I think a button on the ground at every chunk boundary would be a good idea. And, yeah, it's crazy that we have to. So, it is wild that we have to do that to have any effect. I should have known. I have experience. But I just figured if we made, like, a really decent attempt, it would do something. But it's like, no, you gotta go. A decent attempt is no attempt. The only attempt is going all in on this. So we'll make a bunch of bamboo planks. Use those bamboo planks to make bamboo buttons. And so we can know the exact boundaries of chunks, we place these on them. So we have to re-solid it up. Or we could have a hole in the ground as well, actually. But we could also fill in the hole in the ground if we think that's too ugly. And we place a bamboo button on top of it. And then every time we see one of these bamboo buttons, so that would be here and there, it functions as a little sign of where the exact chunk boundary is. It's a bit more confusing than that because it'll represent the bottom left corner of it, so anything this way off it will be the chunk. It's the bottom left boundary of a chunk. This is one chunk that ends here, and then the next chunk starts there, etc., etc. But it's enough information for me to do what I need to do with. So we'll destroy all of these blocks, and then fill them in with a dirt path. And on that dirt path, we put a button. There are a lot of these blocks that need to go missing. But I think chunk markers, says Darling Franco. Yeah, that's effectively what we're doing. We're using manual chunk markers. I know some people use a resource pack that does that for them. And I I don't actually fault that. I just think it's kind of messy to like turn on and off that way. I prefer using like physical Minecraft things when possible, right? It feels more like you're mastering the game when you use the game's rules against it. I know some people are big believers in like, well, you can play Minecraft how you want, and I 100% agree with that. But also at some point it's like your duty to be like, well, you need to play within some set of rules. You know the phrase, every man's got to have his code? First of all, very sexist. Wow. I mean, I'm sure it's referring to humans. That's usually what is the case. But the interesting point about it is really that also we should get some dirt blocks spare so we don't have to keep doing these manually. I'll go grab like a partial stack of dirt or something. I started to do this on the OG flat world. I only give myself 1 bamboo and a crafting table. It's going to be a long haul. Couldn't do hardcore, of course, but I have trading rebalance on. Okay, I'm going to help you right now. Harvey Locust, watch out. Please, whatever you do, just keep in mind that it will not work on a regular flat world if you just have bamboo and a crafting table. Because eventually you're going to need an apple, and you won't be able to get that apple, so you need to either play ultra flat. That's, you know, like obviously that's what I would recommend. But if you want to play regular flat, you have to give yourself an oak sapling or 2 apples. 2 apples would mean that you have no margin for error, and you'd have to cheat yourself in some more, which is why I'd recommend giving yourself an oak sapling or 4 dark oak saplings is what I had on my original flat. But you need to have one of those 2 things. Hope you understand. Hope I can save you. I desperately need to reach this person. Someone let them know. Someone send them a pigeon or something. Okay, so all of these chunks are going to be marked by their corners. And then on top of that is where we'll place everything else. So this is going to be next. It's very easy to see these chunk boundaries, thankfully. And we're going to do this every single time. But then we can have the clear divisions in our city. And we can destroy the ones we don't really care about, but it should hopefully make a clearer picture for everything. I hope, at least. Hopefully it's not just all for nothing's sake. And then when we're doing so this is 7-2. We go out to 5-8. No, 5-6, just like this. When we make these corners, we'll make them a bit different. And we'll make them, or we'll shovel all the way to like where the blocks are roughly. And then we stop for a couple blocks, and then we do the same. And then we stop roughly there, and then we do the same. And that way there's a line to follow still, but the exact corner block we can place these on later, assuming we don't place the blocks there first. It's a handy, small technique, and hopefully it means something, because I'm putting a lot of work into it, so I hope it means something. But yeah, having these down, gonna make a big difference. And so I'm gonna place all of these ones on this side, and then shovel this whole half of the map first. I don't know for sure, but maybe he needs more for spawning platforms, says Darling Franklin. Yeah, 100% true. Though, Toy Cat, maybe have the platform made out of dirt. Yeah, there's something about dirt that just feels like it spawns mobs more. So much so that I totally understand where you're coming from. But also, I don't think I need to do that. But I know why it feels right. Also, yeah, by doing these dirt before we do the pathway, we can have it be on grass. You've got to admit, well, actually, you know, chat, you tell me, what do you think looks better? The grass corners or the dirt corners? I think grass looks better, but if you think dirt looks better, we can obviously work it out that way. You know, what do I care about your approval, internet? I just said earlier, I liked all the nice compliments, but let's all right, maybe I don't need your compliments. Who am I to say? Thanks for making this ultra flat template. Being able to have more than one biome in a flat world is so cool, says Irish Medley. Thank you for saying that. I really feel I feel really passionately about ultra flat, but I know there's this thing of like, when someone says something that they have any amount of financial interest in, it's hard to work out, you know, how genuine they're being about it. So rather than just saying some words about, oh, I really like this map, here are the reasons we made it, you know, rather than like saying that in the abstract, I figured it would, you know, I'm kind of putting my time where my mouth is, right? I'm showing you that either I'm willing to play something I hate for hours for you know, this very tangential benefit to me, or I think this is the best super flat series. This is the best way to do super flat because it has all the solved parts of the problems that I love and care about. There's one of two things happening. I'm making so many sticks, chat. Why can't I make shovels? Okay, because it's making weird numbers of them at the same. So I'm making 4 sticks, then 1 stick, then 4 sticks, then 1 stick. Minecraft is so weird that way. just make the sticks. There we go. And now we can make the shovels. So I'm gonna. So when you're crafting, use the controller for this, and then no matter. Oh god. Okay, I'm out of shovel space. Throw this on the ground, and let's get out there. Okay, it's shoveling time now. It's gonna be crazy how much shoveling I'm gonna get done. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I got a lot of shoveling done with that one. Also, Tyler says I'm going to give you compliments, and damn it, you're going to enjoy them, Toy Cat. A weird thing, you know, actually, something I want to give this advice to anyone who's listening to this and has received a compliment in their life where they rolled their eyes and said, like, of course they're going to give that. You know, maybe I feel like it's especially something that's true if you have like some. You know, you look at yourself and you say like, yeah, I am not worthy of compliments. But a lot of people genuinely do enjoy giving compliments, which is I used to take that and think, wow, that shows just how valueless a compliment is. It's not saying as much about the recipient as much as it is the giver, but it's a little bit of both. Like giving, it's like if you really like giving people money, then you can't roll your eyes and be like, ugh. The only reason your boss is giving you money is because you're doing work for him. It's like, no, wait, but that's still, you're still earning the money, right? Sure, your boss definitely wants the work you're doing for him more than you want you want the money more than you want the work that you're giving to him. He wants your work more than he wants the money. But you can't be like, oh, but it's terrible. You know, the logic is that although he is doing that because he wants to and you're doing what you want to, it somehow works out. And it's kind of the same thing with compliments. Like, someone has to go out of their way, pick something that has a semblance of being true. Like if you're hilariously tall and someone says, "Wow, must be nice being so short," you know, in effect they're effectively calling you tall. But if someone says something that's so wildly obviously not true, it's a bad compliment. I feel like in my mind this happens a lot in life where some people are just like, "Wow, you're so good at blank, blank, blank thing," like quite generically. Like people worked out like the most effective compliment and just start using it over and over again. But most of the time, people are quite thoughtful in what they're saying, and isn't it nice when people do that to you? So I used to be uncomfortable receiving compliments, and then I met Dasha. She is a great example of that. I think there are many such cases of this phenomenon. Okay, so. I am now... Also, I love when a slime wants to attack me, but the bamboo wool keeps them out. It's the biggest justification for the bamboo wool ever, right? Now we place a button over here, and we can go crazy for the rest of this. Absolutely wild, chat. I can even press the... Do you see how long the button stayed pressed? That's an abnormal amount of time, right? Can we all agree? It's okay if we can't all agree. I would just like it if we could. So let's go shovel crazy on the way back home. In fact, let's see if we can't do... No, it just doesn't work on a controller. You have to be able to like spam click it. So, yeah, with that said, I think the compliments can sometimes be bad, says Serena. I feel like that's a problem girls have with each other. The idea of like backhanded compliments. It's not something you get in the guy world. It's just not something you get. Or maybe it's something I haven't had. Maybe all my friends are too simple. But yeah, maybe that's I think the idea of being like, oh yeah, I will say something nice so that I can draw attention to something bad is like such a wild idea to me. Like what? Who even came up with that? Someone had the first, you know, like backhanded compliment in the world. And it's like, why did you feel the need? Just say the mean things that are clearly inside your head. But I think where that always comes from is like when you're not allowed to say what you really think people work out like veiled criticisms. Did you know Dante's Inferno, the idea of the 9 circles of hell was written as a joke originally. The idea that like, oh yeah, if you do some bad things, you go to hell, but if you do some things, you go to extra hell. It was like a critique of Catholicism at the time, and it kind of, you know, when you think about it, it is bizarre, but it's a problem that every punishment system has. Is you want to make this most extreme end punishment. Let's say, for the sake of social media, it's a ban, right? You have this most extreme end punishment that you're like, wow, yeah, we have to only do this occasionally to really, really bad people. I think the equivalent of that might be like a life sentence in prison for people, you know, like in most Western societies that have banned capital punishment. So you have this most extreme punishment. You will never have freedom ever again. Is the biggest thing we do to people when we you know, we think they're bad boys. But the thing is that I always believe backhanded compliments. It's frustrating. Oh no, that's a powerful thing to do. That you get people properly good with that. If someone's trying to insult you and you take it as a compliment, it's such a powerful thing. You're like, oh yeah, you know, it is brave of me to, you know, wear something that doesn't go, you know, my socks and shoes that don't go together. I'm glad you noticed. You know, I think it's so, you know, it looks really great when you know, if you're powerful enough with your words, you can sting anyone anytime. Be like, oh yeah, it must be really hard wearing the same outfit as literally everyone else here. One day you'll be able to stand out uniquely like I do, or whatever. I'm trying to pitch a girl backhanded compliments, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I get many of them, thankfully. Backhanded insults are better. Yeah, I like a good backhanded insult. That is one of them. That is much more fun. I'll be entirely honest with you. Okay, it's shovel in time. Shovel, 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 shovel. Oh no, it wouldn't hoe. See, this is why you gotta use a controller for crafting. It just makes more sense. Gives you less pain. So we take 2 of these out to make this and some of this. Also, wait, is it taking more than one of these to make buttons? I don't think so. Okay, so in comes the button chunks. It's a bit of a late decision to make. Probably could have been done faster earlier, but it's not that big of a downside, and it's having a lot of upside, so I'm not bothered about it. Okay, this whole area is getting shoveled in now. One big run at a time. I've got to learn not to sprint. Sprinting is very bad. It's Morbin time. Aggressive passive aggressiveness. So, yeah, I think a really interesting idea is you have this highest level of punishment. How do you, and you know, you make it for the very worst of things. But then if you want to, you know, like, if you want to be dramatic, you've got to be like, you know what, and this thing is so bad, it's just as bad as the worst thing that can be done, and so you get the worst punishment ever. And so this happens in societies for long enough, or like within in-groups for long enough. You start banning for more and more inconsequential things. And then eventually you're like, oh, now we've gotten to the point where we give out this highest level punishment to so much that you make it like an equivalent level offense of like, oh yeah, if you, I don't know, there's a few crazy examples of it, but if you're going, I'm trying to think of like a silly thing you can get a life in prison for, but when you find something more, because you know murder is very serious, but if you murder someone because they did something very terrible to you, that's just as bad as if you intend to kill entire groups of innocent people because they believe in the wrong, you know, set of values, or you know, that was a huge wave of terror in Europe in the 2010s, and there were people who were like, yeah, I don't believe in the West, and so I'm going to kill lots of random strangers. The worst thing you can do to those people, because you know murder is not a government sanctioned thing, is we put them in prison the same amount of time as if they were like, you know, like if their wife cheated on them and so they killed them. It's like, I'm not saying that either of those things is acceptable, just that one is a lot worse than the other, right? There's a morality scale that is a problem when you try to measure it and then have a strict end that starts really early. You know, if you're going to have a max level punishment, it should be reserved for the worst crime against humanity you can imagine. Which is, you know, well, I guess also a problem for literal crimes against humanity. There is one human being killed several million people about 100 years ago. Yeah, about 80 years ago, I guess. Murder is horror and dangerous. It is. And yet it happens quite frequently. I guess quite frequently is an over-exaggeration. The weird thing about... Okay, you know... so, you know how I was talking earlier about this world is so many blocks. It is ridiculous when you think about the idea that I'm going to stop mobs spawning on every single block that they can spawn on. But that is my plan here, right? It is crazy, like, genuinely incomprehensible on some level to me that it is very, very... Okay, so let's make some more sticks too. It is wild to me that there is... Okay, just make all the shovels. It is wild to me that there is anyone out there who goes, yes, I am willing to take someone else's life for something. I understand, like, accidental deaths happening. I actually don't. I think that would, like... every single time someone dies from, like, you know, manslaughter or, like, you know, someone gets hit by a car or whatever else, it's like, man, someone has to live with that. But let alone being like, oh yeah, consciously I'm deciding someone is going to die. But yet it happens every day. Not every day, but very, very frequently. Most days, more days than it doesn't happen, right? And it's partially because of just the sheer scale of humanity. There's so many of us. But also I think about it a lot that, like, man, it's one of the pains of human beings is that there are so many humans that, you know, there is just such a large number of us that every one of the worst things that you imagine happening on a daily basis does happen to someone somewhere. It's almost like paralyzingly common and scary to really dive into too much, but yet it is a true thing that we must deal with. I think the interesting thing here also, World War II wasn't one bad guy, it was the actions of several countries and their people. I actually am a believer in the great man theory of history. I think as if you don't know, the way you can generally describe history is that we generally describe history by great figures, right? Like, you don't say, oh yeah, what policies happened in 1969 that led to the US going to the moon? You're like, JFK said we're gonna go to the moon, and he made it happen, damn it. Even though literally, not only is he not the scientist leading people to the moon, like, he's not actually doing any rocket technology besides hiring some, you know, ex-German, literally, you know, like, the German bad people to work on the rockets. But, you know, not only is that he's not doing on that level, but also the people passing the laws to make it happen, the president's a very tiny part of it. He's one of many. But even though even though it's I think simplifying down something as big as, you know, the biggest war humans have ever had down to one bad man had some bad feelings. Even though I think that is very much oversimplifying things, I think it's a useful oversimplification. And I think the most useful thing that it does is it reminds people you have serious agency. There are some people whose actions will shape many, many others indirectly. And it is useful for people to think about the world through great men. Partially because it's also, you know, like, you get very into the weeds very quickly about, like, well, who actually did anything if we're all just one part of the big mess? You know, an interesting thing to me that kind of, like, backs up the idea that some people shift the world and other people just kind of follow is, even though a lot of them were prosecuted, a lot of people who were in, you know, Germany during that time period, every single one of them indirectly helped some of the worst atrocities we've ever done, right? And you can either count that down to every single one of them knew what they were doing and it was terrible, or you can say, you can say everyone knew they were doing something terrible and just did it anyway, which I think is like a struggle to to put in your brain. Or you can say that some people are so good at shaping society around them that there is no choice, or not no choice, but it is such a harder choice to do that it is effectively not their decision anymore. In the same way that even though a war is fought with lots of individual soldiers, we describe it as the general making the decisions. Maybe you could describe in a similar vein the way that some things work. I'm gonna take a big risk tonight. I'm not gonna sleep in my house. I'm gonna sleep in my bed. Ignoring politics is still political. I don't know if that's true. It is in a way. It is a political decision, right? Saying you don't believe in okay, I shouldn't sleep here. A creeper might blow me up. Like, I'm not gonna do that again. Too risky. Can't live with myself. Even though that is true, it's funny that it's true. It feels like an incorrect fact, but you are making a political decision by not voting. I don't think you're making a political decision by not talking politically. I guess that is a political decision in its own right. But I would make a defense of it and say, like, in general, it is good to be informed politically, but being informed doesn't mean you have to talk about it all of the time. There's a lot of things where by learning about it, you feel like you do need to talk about it. And that's why I know so many things like the news are so popular. Like, the news works out like the most tribal ways to divide us so that we can talk about it a lot. But anyway, I'm diving down too many rabbit holes. It's complacency. It's saying nothing affects you enough personally for it to matter to you. That's so selfish and small-minded, Imo. No, I think it's... I would take the opposite stance on it. I think to say that, you know, so bear in mind that there are lots of... I know lots of people who are basically just not into politics. And I think you can look at them and say, oh, wow, must be nice not to have to care about, you know, these big things happening in the world, right? Well, you know, some groups of people don't get to have that. Because, you know, there are many, many groups who feel like, yes, the wrong government will lead to all of the pleasures that I enjoy in life being taken away from me, and my rights and my freedoms and my blah, 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 right? People feel that for all sorts of things. That's why there's large numbers of people who will come out and vote for a candidate they don't like, because it's like, well, the other candidate believes in, I don't know, murder or something like that. And they really will believe these sorts of things. But that's actually way more harmful. When people vote for people they don't agree with on most things because they think they're the only people who won't hurt them in this other way, that's actually way more harmful. Like, you know, there is some truth to some of it. There is, you know, there are some groups in history, like we were just talking about, who did go through a very serious amount. But every good democracy should have safeguards in it so that you can vote for what makes you know, what will make for the best country, not what makes for one where I don't have to be fearful. Like, making decisions out of fear is how you make the worst decisions. And if that is how if you think like, oh yeah, I have to vote because there is no other choice, that's terrifying. It's so much better to do anything because you choose to than to do things because you feel you have to, in my opinion. By the way, I know that someone said earlier, like, wow, Toy Cat, why do you do things in such a chaotic way? And I realize I'm not helping that case right now in the way that I'm doing this. Also, I don't know why I keep randomly sprinting. It's an interesting thing about how I'm using the controller, I guess. So, one more shovel, but then it's gonna die again. This little area right here is a nice, chunked off little collection of things. I fully believe that what's wrong with these states is that we're holding onto old systems. Those systems don't work anymore. To fix the issues, you need to fix those, but you can't fix them in 4 years. It kind of seems like, I know it's a bad time to bring this up because there's been 2 potentially 4-year presidents in a row. But in general, like, the incumbency advantage is like so big that you effectively get like 8 years of the same leader. Usually, right? Again, many cases where that is not true too. That's a decent amount of stability. Vote for Pedro. I don't know who Pedro is, but I'll vote for him. He's the banana in that one Xbox Live game, right? I'll vote for the banana in that one Xbox Live game. So make more of these, and then take the rest, and we'll actually save them for later. And then let's make a bunch of shovels. 20 shovels sounds like a good number to me. Yeah, look at all my shovels. Not running out of shovels anytime soon here. Yeah, I think, so this is a useful tip for life. I know that the type of person who will believe this isn't going to be helped by me saying what I'm saying right now, So I'm sorry if that is true for you. My bad. But in general, making decisions out of fear is how you make bad decisions. Have you seen this is one of my favorite like bad rabbit holes to go down. But have you seen the corner of the internet that is people who, when they enter a hotel room or a plane seat or whatever else, you know, when they do something that should be for holiday, they immediately start cleaning it because they're like, do you know how filthy a plane seat gets? You clearly don't know if you're not cleaning it too. And so similarly, there are people who, when they get to their like, you know, their hotel room or whatever, they start immediately putting like cameras up. They put like you know, like there's portable locks that you can buy. There are some people who don't travel without portable locks because like, what if you know, like what if there's someone who tries to go door to door murdering people at this hotel? Do you want to just let that happen? So there are, it's this whole bizarre collection of people. And as an idea, like as a way to sell like security gear, funny, right? Like that's part of the reason these people do it. But also to live your entire life being like, yes, every single time I go somewhere, someone might kill me, is a bad way to do it. You know, at the very least, it is a less, you know, even though misadventure is scary, even though having an adventure so bad that it kills you is a terrifying end goal, and we should not be aiming to misadventure ourselves. To not have any adventure seems terrifying too. So vote Buster for Emperor of the Universe, says Buster Sharp. I totally feel that is probably less fear-based than anything else. We enjoy Toy Cat Rants. Minecraft helps get the subconscious thoughts out. It is weird. I sometimes do feel bad about it. Like my the whole point of like any niche interest channel like this is it's meant to be that one niche specific thing. Like, okay, we talk about Minecraft on this channel. If you're here for Ultra Flat, let's talk about Ultra Flat. Let's talk about all the cool things about it. But when you do have a big task, it's cool to have something else, not to distract you, but to get out those deeper thoughts. I think that the value that philosophy brings to the world, the value that having a bigger chat about things brings to the world, is that you get to... so many of our thoughts have to be focused on, and for most of the time that there has been something that you could describe as a human, though those humans have had to focus on more than anything else. For most of the time there have been humans, we've had to focus on being alive. And even now, as we have all these modern conveniences, you still spend so much time being like, oh man, I'm hungry, I have to work out what to eat for food, I have to work out what I'm gonna do, you know, like I'm gonna have to clean the house, and now I'm tired, I need to just like consume some content. I feel this off the streams. I talk for about 5 hours straight, and so I just like, I want like either a comfort game to put on, or I just like put on YouTube and like zoink out. And so it's like, you know, even though this is great, having, even though it's totally understandable why it happens, there's also an element of it where it's like, yeah, but it's cool to have, in the same way that like, every job has like two parts. There's doing your job well enough to do your job, and there's doing your job well enough to, you know, like, I don't know, move on in life, to make it to the next level, you know. There's elements of this in everywhere in life, right? The similar thing is like in life, you can do life well enough to survive. Surviving is the bare minimum, right? If you don't survive, there's no you left. Many people don't survive every single day. But a very, also your niche isn't niche enough, but more obscure. It's funny actually. No, I'm gonna finish my point. The weird thing about your comment on screen. Thank you very much, Kat. It's true. I think the most interesting thing about having to struggle with, like every day has, you know, every day has its own set of challenges for like getting through that day. But also there are the big set of challenges about life as a whole that you need to be thinking about quite frequently. Can't believe the run ended on day 143. Wow, Tuvo, are you a time traveler? You know, it'd be really spooky now if we made it to 143 days. I will be holding my breath until day 143 now, that's for sure. Oh, something just grew right next to me. Very scary. So, yeah, like I was saying, the bigger questions about life are the ones that are worth asking, because they're the ones that should be affecting the decisions we make, not on a day-to-day, like, should I eat or not basis, or, you know, should I, where should I eat, how should I eat, etc. But they affect the, like, what is the direction that life should be headed in? What is the point of, you know, what, as a human, what is the impact that I should have? And it's kind of something we need, you know, it's one of the things that makes us human, is that we don't just think about, the what, the how we get, you know, the how we get stuff done. We can think about the why. An interesting example of this is, like, if you think about most government issues, right? When we talk about, like, what is it that people care about in the country, you know, what are people voting for in elections? You know, the fact that, you know, there are some people out there who are like, yeah, well, I vote solely because I believe it is the best chance for the survival of me and people like me. You know, the little bit sad, but, like, there are some people who think and vote on these levels, right? But the fact that we can have so many of these, like, kind of tangential issues that really take most of the attention from people. You know, issues like, oh yeah, I would like that, you know, how much money should we get after we stop working? Like, you know, how much money should the government give you on a weekly basis for this reason, that reason, etc. The fact that we can think about the existential threat of climate change, because it's existential in the, you know, the dozen to 100-year basis, but it's not existential right now. The fact that we have such an excess of resources that we can make the fight for that barely impact our well-being, our day-to-day living, you know, right? The fact that we can make, like, huge sacrifices towards something and still barely make actual sacrifices is impressive. The fact that we can, you know, the number one thing that most people should arguably be caring about if we were, you know, like any other animal, is, like, how do we get more food and more basic resources like, you know, houses and water and electricity? How do we get the basics that you need for life cheaper and more abundant? But there is no party and no candidate that ever will ever make that the centerpiece of their, why you should vote for them. Because it's not what the voters that would vote for them care about. The people who vote for people are like, yeah, but I want to hear your opinion on who should be allowed in bathrooms. I want to hear your opinion about, you know, like, what do you think that dogs should be strapped to the roof of cars, or do you think they should go on the inside? You know, there's a wild number of these. I vote for whatever makes most people as unhappy as possible, says David Solano. You know, man, if everyone just voted like you, we could all be just a little bit less happy, and then we would all start working out how to be more happy. Depression party sounds good to me. So, I mean, depression party sounds like what you have when you're, you know. Anyway, the moment they add villages to Superflat is the most important thing to get to be a furnace. I think that if they were going to add villages to Superflat, they should do it as an option, because otherwise they would remove the beauty that is Superflat survival, right? You know, I added on our Ultra Flat we have that, but it's still the whole thing. Okay, so now we're going to maybe get some bamboo. No, my inventory is too full. I'm gonna just destroy. I'm gonna have a lot of these things here be destroyed. Yeah, okay. So let's think about what are the logical next chunks to fill in. The closer they are to this, the more sense it makes. Although we need to destroy. Not destroy. I'm saying destroy. Fill in. We need to get them all anyway, so let's just do it in some somewhat reasonable to look at order. If anyone straps a dog to the top of the car, they should go to the dungeon. 12 years, no trial. Apparently, you should look it up, Tyler Kowalskis. There's a very funny story that you might enjoy. We'd be able to go potty outside. It's something dogs can go and we can't. You know you can go to the bathroom outside, right? Like, I did it on the way home today. Unless that's a crime, in which case, no, I didn't. But I'm pretty sure you can do it. I mean, I can do it, at least, I should say. It was a really nice pee outside, too. It was like, there was some, you know, there was a really nice bush. There was some birds singing. Honestly, you know, the fact that you're not peeing outside already makes me question the society that we live in. But yeah, the fact that we get to have like big discussions about like, oh yeah, so like how should we do this or that is like such a luxury to the human experience that not a single person has to be like, oh yeah, if we don't produce 50% more, you know, if we don't, you know, how do we make things cheaper and more accessible and more blah 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 blah? No one cares. No one interested. Like the most interesting one to me is like people talk about like rent all the time. Like, yeah, man, I think that rent is too high. And it's like, what do we want to do about it? I don't know, man. What if we like told people they couldn't charge that much? It's like, right, even then, even the rent control is barely an issue in some places, right? So people are just like, it costs what it costs. I guess I've got the money to deal with it, so I will. Dogs belong on top of cars, simple as, says David Solomon. You know, it's a bold decision, but I'm glad that you got a consistent stance here with the whole trying to offend as many people as possible. It's beautiful. I love it. So, yeah, I don't poo outside, says Zero Rules. You know, your name is Zero Rules. You're meant to be about having no rules, but you won't even poo outside? What am I meant to believe now? Anyway, rent is too high. What do we do? Raise it, says Talon Gaming. Yeah, I think what's really interesting is like everyone is very aware of the fact. Like it's the first economics point, you know, but I think it's like more intuitive than even that. That if there is more of something, you know, the more of something there is, the lower the prices of that thing. And it's never like a serious policy of like, how do we seriously lower the cost of this overall? It's like, you know, it's just what are we gonna do? We're gonna build more places for people to live? Nah. And it's like, I don't know, fascinating to me that that's not like the #1 thing that someone would vote for someone for if they are concerned about that way. Because ultimately, like, yeah, the amount of money you spend on rent is less important to people than like, oh yeah, but is this person going to have the right opinions about how lazy young people are, or about how you know, these people are great and valid and, you know, they're using the right checks on them? What if you wipe with poison ivy? Then that becomes a crime. Not against the government, just, you know, against your body. I revoke your access to your body if you're gonna be doing that, I think. Sorry to have you hear that from me, but your access has been revoked. Please do vacate within a short period of time. I think what we're going to do is we're going to put all this bamboo in a chunk next to this one. Assuming I haven't already started filling it in. I haven't. Yeah, this will be the bamboo chunk. We'll just have a bunch of bamboo all together in one chunk. Because this is definitely going to have to go. There's just no way this can all exist. Doesn't make any sense. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Do you only get 30 uses from a wooden sword? Or is it that it doubles the use even though it's bamboo and it's specifically set up to be used that way? I don't know. Not my problem, I guess. Let's go, and let's now place the bamboo down. I guess I should have a little space between this and the bamboo chunk. This one here can be the bamboo chunk then. So every single block in this chunk, outside of the dirt paths to, you know, divide it, every single block will be bamboo. Actually, I have to be very careful about how I place this, because otherwise there'll be random blocks in there that will spawn mobs and will mess with my spawn count. So let's go all the way around the corner. And then all the way around this corner. And then go all the way around this corner. It looks like we can actually trap the slime in there doing this, which is beautiful. Oh, now the panda is helping me out too. Love to see that also. And just look at the speed that the bamboo is growing, by the way. The fact that we already have... Okay. The fact that we already have some that are growing naturally on their own right. These ones are being placed by me, obviously. But it's crazy the speed that that's bringing. Also, isn't it fun that pandas drop the food that they're attracted to? If I was a panda, I would be tearing apart my comrades to get some extra food. I'm just saying. We'd have no shame in doing that. I left for a few minutes to make my hobbies a snack, and y'all Toycat go on Toycat go on politics. Have we learned nothing? Thank God communism never came up, or it would be over for us. That's a good point. You're not chat. You know what kills me in Minecraft. You're all very familiar, and yet you're willing to stray that close to it. Can't believe you would all do this to me. So we'll make 3 shovels now, I think. Just 3. You know, just a nice, easy thing. 3 shovels. Oh, that's lovely. And then we'll put some garbage away. It's just garbage. Nothing needed here for me. And then we'll finish up the block over here. Looks like the slime has vanished. I never know what it is that makes slimes despawn. Like, sometimes it seems so easy, and sometimes it seems a little trickier. But yeah, let's finish this chunk up. It is a little close to the edge there, but I like having this dirt path so you can walk between the 2 sets of bamboo. Honestly, that might be clever. If you ever want to make a large-scale bamboo farm, have, like, some deliberate paths through, so you don't have to, like, walk through too much of this noise. Because it does get very messy very quickly. But yeah, this will be more bamboo than I can think about doing anything with. It'll be so much bamboo, it'll be a problem to, like, actually harvest it. But that's not a problem for right now, me. That's a problem for future me. Hey! Wait, whose problem does that make it? Future me's problem. I love it. By the way, good to see you again, Robin Brooks. Hope you're doing wonderfully. It's a good sign. You know, the fact that this stream has your approval, or at least your tacit acknowledgement, is a sign that I have done something fun. Something I want to do soon is I want to get into 1.14 speedrunning. It feels like insanity, but now that we've I just feel like I want to do it so bad. That means you get the bamboo from their intestines, which is very disturbing. Oh, yeah, that's an interesting point, yeah. If you get a bamboo when you kill a... Oh, yeah, I never thought about that. I think I'd be happier not thinking about that again, actually. You know, let's do precisely that. Let's go back to not thinking about it. You know what, chat? Who wants to go back to ignorance? Not thinking about what happens with pandas. I'd be happy with it. Are there bamboo pressure plates? The door is bugging me. Oh, that'd be a good idea. If we put some pressure plates on the inside, so that way I'd always, like, open and shut it. That is a very good idea. I can't promise that we'll do it, but I can promise that I like the idea. Okay, so plenty of bamboo for plenty of blocks. I feel like the panda is really starting to mess with my... Okay, there we go. He's guys, you've already had your bamboo. You're in love with the bamboo that you've just had. What more could you have? And so, yeah, now there might be some blocks that will spawn mobs, but if we just check for them all, I think we'll be good. They should be very obvious, but they're not always because of the weird offset that bamboo blocks have. If you've never seen this before, every bamboo block has a slightly different offset. It's set by the seed that you're on. And so this bamboo goes to there, and this one goes there, etc., etc., etc. And it's one of the weirdest things about Minecraft. It makes it feel more natural, but in a way that makes it feel less Minecrafty. It's the balance the game always has to have, right? Is every step they take towards being more natural is a step towards less Minecrafty. By the way, I've survived a month, says Alex C. I mean, I've survived, you know, 30 days have September, April, May, and November. I've survived, you know, one of those 4 months. I've survived a February too, I guess we could say. I think that would be reasonable to posit. And so that's pretty cool, I guess, actually. When we put it like that. I think I definitely should place some more blocks up there. Just in case it increases the odds of something happening. I know it doesn't. I know the shoveling is more important. But it just doesn't feel more important. Okay, shovel time. Crazy numbers of shovels. And also we need to start making buttons. We'll make the buttons after this. So rotten flesh on the ground. Make, I don't know, like 10 buttons. Should be a good number. And let's go crazy now. Okay, this chunk, all of these chunks. Okay, so I'm going to place all the buttons first, and then fill them all in, all at the same time together. It's going to be beautiful. Okay, this one here. Nah, button chunk. I need to make that thing. Where's my dirt? There's my dirt. Button it up. And then over here, the same thing is true. Destroy the dirt block, place the button. And now that I've done this for all of these. Oh, actually, no, not all of these yet. As soon as I've done this for all of these, I'll have a giant area that I can do all in one session. I've got the wood, I've got the food, I've got everything that I need. And so I'm ready to do this, chat. I am ready, able, and willing. Let's go. So where should I make my big storage? I need to make it near my house. And ideally, I would work out the chunk that it's going to go on before I have to fill it in. Because there's going to be some blocks I won't need to fill in if I do it that way. And so let's think tactically about this. Where should my storage go? I could go right along the edge of the world here. But it would be a bit of a journey. So what if we made kind of like a triangle journey where the chest is right over here? You know, facing that way. Or, you know, the chunks that have stuff is right over there. But then it might be too close to the soon-to-be expanded mob farm. So we'd have to place it either back here or back there. I think back here would be the right amount offset. Not terribly far from the house. As long as we place like a bed in there, I think I'd be fine with it. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. Storage above the house. Above the house is nice. Yeah, it's not terrible. Out of the almost 500 people watching, who is your favorite? You can only pick one, says Squawk. Oh, and then Adorable Ho leaves a message. You know, it's very hard to pick when Adorable Ho's here. Feelings are reeling, says Miss Pat Van Driver Lady. Feelings really are reelings, aren't they? Also, yeah, chat, I can't believe you let me get political earlier. You know what happens when we talk about politics. You were there, right? Do you know how many hours we stand to lose? So, fun fact, we are currently about 5.5 hours into this world. You can tell, the day counter. Although that'd be about 5 hours, but we spent enough time overnights and stuff that it's 5.5 hours. The amount of time that I lost in... the amount of time that I lost in my... you know, my longest ever hardcore world that's ended was, I think, the Mace one. So I think that was day 20. My longest ever super flat was 11. But, like, you know, I've died 11 days in. I've died 20 days in. I've never had a hardcore world make it to 30 days and then die. So this will be the longest lasting hardcore world that I lose, if I ever do lose it. You know, there's a lot of fingers crossed that I don't. There's a lot of rabbits here, too. I would have banned you, but you're the streamer. Wow, now that David Solomano's here, I'll have to ban Toy Cat. I think while we're here, you know what, chat? I'm going to pick my favorite. How about we pick my least favorite? That's so much easier. Okay, let's pick all the people I hate most. You know, first of all, top of the list of people I hate most, anyone who's watching who doesn't leave a comment. What are you there? You're spookily watching me in the corner? We're all having a conversation and you're like, ooh, I will watch but I will not consume. No, you gotta leave a comment right now or I actively despise you. But of all the people who do, it's okay to say things like that. It's probably a joke, internet. I'm probably joking when I say that, and so it's probably okay for me to say. Me lurking right now, lol. Okay, so to go 10 chunks diagonally across would lead me... You're a podcast for us, lol. Wow, yeah, you know, a podcast, but you're allowed to comment, but you choose not to. Don't know what that's called. That's, you know, that's gonna be my legal defense in court when it's like, what were you doing in the bushes outside of Christine Aguilera? Is she alive? I was gonna say Christine Grimmie, but I don't think she is. What were you doing in the house outside of what were you doing in the bushes outside of... I don't even know any current celebrities. This is the worst thing for me. What were you doing in the bushes outside of PewDiePie's house? And I'll be like, oh, no, you see, I was listening to the podcast that he and his wife were performing. It was quite a heated one, and I was glad to have such a good seat for it. You know what's going to happen if you say that? I'll give you a clue. They give you a lot of free... they give you a lot of free food and heating. You don't have to worry about the price of rent for quite a long time if you're found in the bushes listening to a podcast outside someone's house. I'm just saying, you know, just as a heads up. Okay, so I play Minecraft while listening. That's my excuse as offshore smurf. You know, are there onshore Smurfs that I should know about? That's what your name. Your name's your name does imply the existence of onshore Smurfs. I'm just saying. So, dude, loving the stream. Got all the wolves but snowy. 3 days looking. Hate the grove biome. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I almost feel like I should go looking for all the wolves in my my Let's Play world. It might be fun. Could be a fun little Let's Play, like go for every single rare mob. You know, it sounds like a good time to me. Let's do it. Can't get arrested if they can't catch you, says Zero Rules. See, Zero Rules is again proving that there are no rules. Also, get to see a large community of podcast lovers. Yeah, when I'm in the bushes outside of my favorite influencer's house, I'm just like, yeah, man, there's a community of us here. There's Creepy Steve. There's that one guy who keeps on, you know, he keeps making very inappropriate eye contact with me. There's this one guy here who I don't know why he needs to clean his I don't know why he needs to clean his genitals that often, but he really is just rubbing them over and over again. I guess he really enjoys the podcast. You know, it'd be weird, huh? So, watching on my TV, sorry I had to get my phone out to comment. Love the stream, says Monica Smith. You know, Monica Smith, the fact that you got on your phone, left a comment, everyone else who hasn't now has to feel extra bad. Like, they have access the whole time, but they're like, oh, but I'm feeling nervous. What if Toy Cat doesn't like me? What if I don't have anything to add? And it's like, well, you could argue that actually no one ever has anything to add. You think I have anything to add right now? I've been talking about the great man theory of history. Do you know how many people care about that? There's 7 people who watch this stream who are like, oh, Toy Cat's talking about one of my favorite concepts. And everyone else is like, why? What is this set of words? Why is he talking about it? When will he talk about super flat mechanics again? I do feel like one of the nichest communities that we have that I'm really glad we do is people who like interesting survival challenges in Minecraft. Like it's a very small world of us out here. But playing Minecraft and deliberately limiting yourself in very weird ways is just one of my favorite things to do. And I love that through that I have found people who share that same belief. Okay, let's go to bed. I know that there won't be a creeper spawning directly around me at least, so I won't die immediately. Also, day 31! So now we've survived every month, including the real ones, which is good. You know, no offense to April, May. Honestly, April being 30 days, absolute brain mess. What are you doing being... my April is a very important April too. But anyway, I walk away for 10 seconds and Soycat is talking about people... You know, they're doing it because they're enjoying the podcast, apparently. So it's okay. So, by the way, do you think I should, instead of putting buttons down immediately, I could just take these blocks and then... I guess I can't. It's really annoying there's no easy way to unpath a block. You should be able to, like, re-shovel it up or something. But instead, we must suffer. And speaking of suffering, let's finish this one in. Yeah, I think tonight, day 31 is when I'm going to check this again. I've removed so many blocks around this that it must be having some impact by now. I mean, I'm saying that, but then I look and it'll be nothing. So, I need one more big update to get back into Minecraft completely. The trails don't do it for me. I've beaten the game, so maybe do an end update. If you have an existing world, the 1.21 update does some hugely interesting things. I am excited. I think I want to talk about this. My Mondays always can, or my Mondays aren't usually Mondays, but I took my day off on a Sunday this week, Internet. It was weird. Like, you know, gang, you know, it's like everyone else is doing stuff on Sunday too. Bad day to pick as your day off. I went to the cinema at 4:30, and usually if you go to 4:30 on a Monday, there's no one else there. You're watching the movie with 2 other people. I had to watch a movie of like 30 other strangers in the same room as me. It was an old movie. It's been out months, but yet there was still so many people there. Terrible. Don't recommend it. If you have the choice of when to take your weekends, never pick them on the weekend. But point aside, the start of my week is always like, oh yeah, I should get down to work talking about this, like I don't know how to stay motivated in Minecraft, for example, this week. But then I was like, oh, but you know what's interesting? Where are the... Do you think there are trial chambers in my Let's Play world? Do you think they're any close? I've gone down a whole rabbit hole about, like, weird things... Like, trial chambers in existing worlds are so hugely interesting. Also, good to see you, Jaden Knott, and Shy Guy, and Shelby Zimmerman, and the Hairy Peanut, and also AJ Sim. The biggest perk of Super Flat is you'll never need a slime farm. You know, it's also the worst perk of Super Flat. So, I mean, you're being very positive about an objectively terrible thing right now. And that's great. I love that you can do that. So I'm just going to keep on shoveling all these away. It is nice to line up the breaking signs together. Should we do that? Oh, no, we're all out of shovels again, actually, it looks like. So replace this with some dirt for now. And then fill in the rest with this. Lovely. Okay, so this is such an intense area. Oh, wait, we should probably finish over there. This is such an intense area of no mobs spawning that I feel like it's got to create some good stuff for me. So much so, in fact, that after I finish with these shovels, which will be real soon, I'm going to start placing more spawning blocks just to increase my odds of tonight going my way. I still don't think it goes anywhere until we've removed 99%, or like there's a critical mass where it will be useful. Hey, speaking of critical mass, this is very useful. So just a jar of racing. Thank you for becoming a member. Something I decided to do for members. I haven't mentioned it here anywhere because like it is there's a lot of world downloads that are for members only. And after this stream, I figured because some people might want to like take my base and then work from it, I'm gonna put, because I back up the world after every stream just in case something tragic happens. You know, you have one or two tragic things happen and you realize you need a backup. But I'm gonna be backing up the world after this stream, and I think it'd be fun to like give people access to that backup. So if they want to play the world from exactly where we are now, they can do precisely that. And so yeah, we a member or anything. It is I think either via the Discord or community posts. One of those two things will announce the other one either way. But yeah, as a new member, just the Giraffe Racing, you get access to that. And you help us towards our goal of 500 members too, which is great. Love to get to 500 members. Okay, so what was I in this chest for? I want bamboo, I think. Do I want bamboo? Yeah, I want to make some bamboo blocks. So we're going to grab a ton of these and maybe break some of these. Yeah, let's just break them with our fists, though. You can use an axe to break them, but it doesn't feel much faster than your fist. So we'll just fist down some bamboo. Although it's probably worth making the sword actually and just accepting the loss. But yeah, look at this little chunk here. It's just beautiful. Okay, now we take the bamboo and I'm just gonna make some planks real fast, put them up there. This is gonna be my moment. Also, how many backup copies is reasonable? 1, 3, 7, 42. I back it up after every stream. So by the end of the stream series, I should have, you know, if I make it to 10 episodes like we're dreaming, I'll have 10 separate copies. And it'll be cool to look through one after another after another. So make a ton of trapdoors. Oh yeah, they're expensive. They're so expensive. And then let's make we're gonna look behind us real quick. Gonna make a ton of bamboo blocks and make a ton of bamboo planks. We'll make some of these bamboo planks into buttons first. I need at least 20 of those. And then I know I can use the rest on just bamboo planks for the sake of bamboo planks. And also I realized I've got to, do I have any more shovels left? I'm gonna make one more shovel here. Because this area is one of the most important bits to fill in. So let's make sure that it is. Wonderful. I have way too many obsolete backups of my world. Yeah, I used to think that too, Adorable Ho. But today I was, you know, they brought out the days counter. You see that thing there? And in my Let's Play world, I've survived thousands of days. And I was curious, like, I wonder when I survived those days. But I don't just have to be curious. I can actually find out the answer. And I thought that was really cool of a feature. Okay, so remember, live life carefully and with a slime block next to me. I will die if I fall, so I should try not to fall. That is my motto that I shall live life by, is if you cannot fall to your death, then you should not fall to your death. Whew, let's go. Put them down. Go over here. Get some there. Put them down. And once we go past 2 layers, it at least gets slightly less dangerous. Because if we fall now, we just fall onto some bamboo, right? If we make it 3 layers deep, we'll always have some real block to fall onto. As long as it's not nighttime and I can't get shot by a skeleton, I should live just fine. If it's not nighttime, I should live just fine. In other words, place a block on the side of that. Speaking of just fine, 0 rules. Thank you for the tip. Hope you're doing wonderfully. I have only 1 backup, and that's only because I added an add-on and took your advice. Thank you for taking my advice, at least. That is a very... You won't regret it when it goes poorly. You won't regret it. I'll tell you that much. But, yeah, what are your thoughts on hip-hop beef? Well, I mean, you know, in the same way that clearly there are, you know, there's some animals that manage to break their way into having real thoughts. It's nice to know that there is a whole world of cattle out there that are able to enjoy themselves, so much so that they start listening to hip hop. I hope that helps with the flavor of the end steak or something like that. But yeah, that's my hip hop beef is the tastiest part of the cow. David, you went for the same joke as me, which is a good sign, or it's a terrible sign for both of us. One of the two. Okay, now a crafting table, but made from regular wood. I'll put it over... I don't know where to put a crafting table. That will be safe. I guess underneath these would be good. So, like, right there. Yep, that's a great crafting table placement. And now I can make just a few more trapdoors. They're expensive, but they're worth having in some parts. So again, be very, very scared and careful right now. This is my life we are talking about. We don't want mobs to fall off here, because they'll potentially do bad things. So we'll just place mobs on the last few blocks over here, just so that when mobs do spawn, it becomes something good. And then mobs over here too. And then mobs over here as well. Okay, so now we have a decent collection of trapdoor. I mean, it's actually... There is so much to this, like, actual creation. And the biggest part of it is down here. Actually, you know, this is one of my favorite views of the world. So I'm going to sit in the safest corner. Look at this, chat. This is my world kind of divided into little squares. That is as far as it's going over there. And it's going to go like a few extra chunks that way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Wait, let's count it. 5, 6, 7, 8. So it goes 2 more chunks that way. And then that's the entirety of this done. That is exciting. That's very promising, actually. That is very, very promising indeed. So I'm going to make a few shovels just while we're here. And then I'm going to come down and I'm going to pray. I have nothing else I can do besides hopes and dreams. But what if it works, chat? What if we get our first zombie that comes down to 2 health tonight? That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be something real special. So I'm going to walk all the way over here first. Just all the way out here. It's day 31. It'd be a month worth of work that we lose tonight if I die, chat. It is a big commitment, that's for sure. So 32 blocks from 56. 56 brings us down to 40. Which is over here. So that's where that comes out. Oh, this should not be filled in. But that's an easy mistake to make. And then we go all the way down to 24. Oh, there's a lot of husks here. I'm going to go for it. So, there we go. That's the corner of the world. I'm going to put bamboo all around that. But for now, let's kill some husks. Do husks drop iron, chat? I don't know the answer to that question. I feel like I should. Speaking of knowing the answer, hi, Toy Cat. Here are 5 freedom dollars for the Toy Cat tax. Question, where are you traveling to next? Any plans to beat the heat this summer? I do hate the heat. I am planning to travel to... I'm planning to travel to the UK in May, which is a weird thing to say, but it will all make sense when I do it. I want to slowly travel to all the weird islands around the world that the UK still holds on to. You know, we gave back a lot of the Empire, but some of it just really, really didn't want to be independent. So we're like, fine, you can stay. So we're going to let that zombie go and kill the skeleton now. And we're just going to hope that this gives me something. But yeah, let's see what this turns into. Yeah, it's just, there's too many places where mobs can spawn down here that they're not forced to spawn up there. That's what we're really going for. That's what we're really hoping, believing. And so without it, we kill the occasional zombie villager, even when he's a jungle zombie villager. But it's just not very good. I would like to get my first carrot, though. So if we could get that tonight, it'd be great. But it's fine that we don't. Oh, did you see that? Rotten flesh? A zombie must have spawned and... Oh, wait, it's happening! It's happening, chat! It's happening! Okay, so they're all dying. That one died with an iron ingot in his hand, it looked like. This is weird. I feel like I looked at it before the stream and this wasn't happening. So what is going on there now? I guess I could slab it up and test that. Oh, okay. Yeah, what is happening, chat? Why are they all dying like that? They're spawning. It's working. I'm surprised it's working so effectively. But they're all walking to their death. Which is not what I would have expected the behavior to be. Are those the UKs or direct crown dependencies? See, there's an interesting question in what is the UK and what is a, you know, like, I guess the thing is we segment the world into countries for so many things. So that you can only do, everywhere is part of a country, right? You can't be part of no country. It's not a choice. Also, that ended up with some bones. So yeah, when skeletons spawn up there, it's useful, because we do need bones in some quantity. But when zombies spawn up there, it's not useful. I think I'm going to have to turn this slab floor into a bunch of buttons on a floor. You can make a layer below the one you already have in place. Yeah, if I made another layer, though, the problem with that is that it would... Another layer down would cause a huge problem for me. Because if I did a layer down from there, I should say, from the top, then they'll go an extra 3 blocks, which means they'll have 2 health when they hit the ground, which isn't what we want. There's so many of them dying. Look at that, by the way. It's crazy the spawn rates we have. Just in this area with just this simulation distance. Kind of shows you something wild, huh? Yeah, it is crazy how effective it is already. And I know we can make it more effective. And so we'll kill... Oh, okay, no, we won't kill anything tonight. Don't pick up the carpet, by the way, fellas. In fact, you know, you can die in the morning. This can be future me's problem. No, it can't. So going inside the house was probably a bad idea. But, you know, we'll kill them from here. Come closer, friends. You can hit me. I'm over here. Oh, okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. So yeah, tonight is... This is... Oh, no, don't break the door. Don't break the door. Don't break the... Oh, I should not have done that. I should not have done that. Okay. Everything's fine, I think. Everything's fine. Can we go to sleep now? Though there's still monsters nearby. So you are gonna have to die too. They can break the doors. It's hard difficulty. We need a better... Oh! That's my carpet. We need a better defense mechanism because doors are breakable on hard. That is something I'm glad to put together right now. Whew, make your bed higher up. Yeah, I need to make, what I just do is I'll put, like, some like, panic area down here. So I've got some slabs on me, right? If I just have that, now I've got an area that only I can access and nothing else can. That is in case that happens again, chat. Also, my painting got destroyed. It's a brand new painting. It's a really nice one. I like it a lot. There we go. It's back. So we're going to walk out. Hope there's no creepers. Always worth checking. And now we know that because of the way that mobs spawn, they spawn something like 128 blocks around you. We're actually in a pretty decent place. What I don't get is why... I did a lot of testing before the stream, and this exact height caused zombies to live, but every other mob to die. But even zombies were dying from it. So what I think I'm going to have to do is place an extra slab everywhere here. Yeah, it takes the same amount of effort to place more slabs than to just fix the existing ones. And then we'll cover them in buttons, I guess. Or pressure plates, maybe? We can place another layer of slabs on top. But we'll see if this works now, chat. So there's going to be a large amount of wood chopping today. And we'll be doing just great. Also, it was very good to see you today, Kat. Thank you for staying for so long. It is very late in the day. Okay, so that's my first iron shovel, potentially, chat. Come on. Yes, it is. Not even potentially. Yeah. Lumi. Living my life the best way I know how. So, I want the shovel, but there is a skeleton with armor. what do we do about it? We accept our fate. I'm gonna eat rotten flesh to get my hunger up, because I'm gonna get hurt bad here, but not that bad. Just okay, go. Perfect. And I got some gold armor. That's an improvement, a big one, right? Okay, watch out for the creeper. Okay, so if you look at my armor stats right now, chat, I have 3.5 armor bars. I tried to leave earlier, but I think Big Salmon has nodded off. Oh no. That's an interesting problem. I'll check on Big Salmon. I'll see what we can't do. Okay. Make sure there is a big salmon in the vicinity. Always an important thing to do. Okay, so with that said, now it is important to switch out the armor. I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna switch this for this. So now we get 4.5. That is an effective bonus of it's a big effective bonus. Oh good. Okay. So with that said, Toy Cat, just repair the ladder to the hole. Oh yeah, that is a funny problem to have. Okay, in we go. There's a wandering trader in my house, by the way, chat. Do I want that? I really want a pointed dripstone. The first time I get lava, I just realized I've got to start farming lava when I first get it. Shouting is for goats. Shouting is in fact for goats. Okay, so I've got better armor temporarily, and my helmet is about to die. I'm gonna proactively switch out my helmet for one that isn't going to die. So I've got that big upgrade, which is counteracted by the fact that this is now dead. Later I'll be able to repair this with stuff, maybe in an anvil, if I'm really lucky. But for now, it's just a relic of a since past time. Then we'll put the bones away, although really I should start just farming the wheat in a... Yeah, I'm gonna go crazy with the bones and farming wheat now. Okay, you see how much wheat we've got here? It's about to go up a lot, chat. So 21 bone meal makes a lot more than 21 crop. Oh man, they die so quickly, the crops. And we only got 2 extra seeds. Is this the complete stage and not that? Nope, that's not the complete stage. I'm just crazy. So now we grow the rest up to the top. And we hope that those give me more than... Wait, only 2 seeds? Did I do something wrong there? Okay, break that. Yeah, I'm not getting seeds back. Except there. Is that normal, chat? Is something broken? Are all the seeds going somewhere? That's not... I didn't know you could get a fully grown wheat that wouldn't give you seeds. I didn't think that was possible. No, just bad luck. Oh, free. Okay. And we'll try again over here. Yep, free again. Yeah, weird. Very, very, very weird. Try this again. Get multiple. Try that again. Get multiple. What happened just now, then? I really don't understand. That's okay, though. So I'm going to make a hay bale. It's just another handy item. If I see it in my hotbar, this might save my life. I can see a boat doing something similar, honestly. But just having one around will be great. The iron shovel is wonderful, chat, but I don't... I want to keep the iron shovel for later. It makes the hotbar look so fancy, though. You know, let's put it on the hotbar. Let's just keep an iron shovel around at all times. Just because it makes me look like I know what's going on, you know? Oh, yeah, look at my tools. I've got so many good things. You don't even know about the variety of things that I have, chat. And then we'll make some more shovels and go shovel mad today. Yeah, given how close we're getting to our eventual goal, I think shovel mad is a good place to be. So shovel this entire chunk, and then shovel some of the entire chunks over there, and then we'll be good. Okay, shovel mode activated. Shovel, 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 shovel. Slime block would save you more than hay. It's true, but a hay, do you get what I'm saying? Like it's at some point it's about not just your what will save you, but what is likely to be seen. This is something really interesting that like a lot of systems in real life have to balance. Not just what is the most effective response, but what are people most likely to actually be willing to do. And it's not even necessarily about willingness in this case, because I'd be willing to do anything to save this world. I'm 32 days in, chat. I cannot stress enough how much it would suck for me to die right now. Oh, so actually, I finished my thought from earlier. So the longest hardcore I've had on Bedrock, probably overall, I can't recall a longer. I don't recall ever playing hardcore on Java, like in a real, genuine hardcore world, not just like I won't go into the world when it dies. The most I can lose, the most time that you can lose that way, I think currently it's sitting at 20 days or so. But something interesting to think about is the most amount of time I've lost is the time that I flew in the Nether, or the time I spent 8 hours trying to go to 1,000,000 blocks in the Nether, and then I died. So I lost 8 hours directly. Keep that in mind. I lost all my stuff 8 hours away, which meant I had to spend about 12 hours getting stuff, and then another couple hours going back and getting it. So total, we're talking about 22 hours lost. When this series surpasses about 100 days or so, that will make this the single most valuable project that I have a real chance of losing. I mean, I'm not sure if that's something to be proud of or not. I'm just mentioning that it is something that is something. I'm still impressed you killed the Wyvern hardcore that one time, Toy Cat. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have to kill the Wyvern hardcore here, right? I can't say I'm emotionally prepared for it, but I can say I'm gonna have to do it. That is a true fact. So yeah, by covering as many chunks as possible in things, I am lowering my odds that one of these things comes and kills me. Also, I love a long stream, says Sean Skeeter. Man, that was brutal. Then the fishing. Yeah, the fishing was like hours of trying to get mending. In retrospect, I see why people end up with mending villages after that process. But I really, my insistence on doing things different to the standard is probably part of, I mean, arguably the only reason I was going out to the, to so many 1,000 blocks in my Nether was because of my insistence on doing something different to standard. It's all about insistence on being different at some point. As much as I can talk about not conforming, I'll then end up conforming to some version of the world. So, yeah, this whole chunk is eventually going to be farmland, but it won't stay as farmland until I get seeds to put in there. So instead, we'll finish this chunk up. Nice and easy one to do. Should I put my wolves in the same place together, or just have them guard different exits to the city? It's fine for now. This works just great. That is all the blocks that a mob can spawn here. And so, I think the next row we need to do is right here, chat. I think when we remove this row, and then stand where that arch is roughly, we'll have solved most of the problem. So it's getting close to night. My priority right now is going to be making slabs, just so we can test if it works. I just need to see if any number of mobs survive this, and so we're going to slabify it. I'm going to go crazy with slabs. And if this doesn't work, then we'll place another layer of slabs on top of this, which I hope we don't have to do. But if we do, we do, It's life be like that sometimes. So, make some more slabs, 24 more to be precise. And then really try, I guess the center is the logical place to place as many of these as we can. But I just want to see if any number of mobs can survive this. I am running out of food quite rapidly. Something to keep in mind. What's your opinion of crude oil pricing, says Rayan. There we go. That's a question suitable for a Minecraft stream, finally. What's with all these people talking about spawn rates and drops and all that noise? That's not what the people are here for. The people are here because they need to hear about crude oil prices and the effect that will have on oil futures around the world. There's a big important question here. I'm glad someone is willing to step up and bravely ask. But I do not have an answer for you. Sorry to do that to you after all of that. Okay, so now we'll place a bunch of oak slabs. I guess we'll use this instead. So I have to be careful about mobs spawning up there and then spawning and then falling down. So I'm gonna do it backwards, and then just really fill in from the side here. Oh god! Okay, that's why I have to be careful. So I'm expecting, the way I would expect it to work, the goal here, chat, is skeletons and spiders die in one hit, but zombies do not. That is the dream end state of the spawner up there. Come on. Oh! Okay, he died, but I don't know if he fell on a slab. So we'll... As long as we get at least one alive zombie on that, we're good. And otherwise, we're just killing zombies because they might drop potatoes, carrots, or iron. He survived, I think, or he spawned there. How would we know? I guess by staring at it. So I'll bring him over here. And I'll punch him with my fist twice. Hey! Okay, it works. When you place the... I don't know why it's different. Maybe previously I accidentally used top half slabs or something dumb. But as you can see, literally half a slab difference means he has 2 hearts or 2 health points left, or no health points left. Doesn't make a lot of sense to most people, but neither do most things, so that's okay. So we're just going to do a little bit of farming today. Just a little bit of farming tonight. Obviously, most of the farming is for the future. But, yeah, if we could get our hands on our first potato or carrot, would be a big difference. Or if we could get some gold armor. That'd be pretty nice too, right? Because we're playing hard, we get more mobs that spawn with armor, so we actually might get some diamond armor or something that way. Could be kind of cool. So, I'm going to avoid the creeper. And so I'm just going to hang out over here. Wherever I can be that mobs will spawn, but not cause me problems. That's where I want to go. So, hang out just underneath this. Yeah, I think this corner is safest. Like, just behind me, there's nothing. And so just in front of me is going to have the most number of mobs. Ideally, there wouldn't be mobs over there. But still, you can see there's a skeleton. Okay, I'm going to keep checking around me. But look at the skeleton, chat. He's going to walk onto one of those trapdoors and fall down 1 block. There's a skeleton over there too. He's just going to walk off the edge and fall down to the bottom, where he will die. And eventually... Oh, he doesn't die. So you can't kill skeletons without zombies. Again, different to how my testing... See, that skeleton died. You can't kill skeletons without zombies, is what I thought was true. But that is not matching the reality we're getting. I want to see another zombie fall down without dying, just to make sure it's not random fluke. It could be full damage as random, or has a random element right now. We're getting lots of arrows, which is great. And yeah, let's just run away. There's a lot of zombies over here. It's an easy farm to just go for them all. Oh, okay. But you first, apparently. Very, very needy baby zombie right here. I'm just saying. You know, could have just waited your turn like everyone else. But yeah, no, you have to be the most important guy around. I understand. Okay. So, I really would like to get... There we go. I would really like to get some extra iron tonight. Even just making the bucket would feel emotionally good. I know I shouldn't make the bucket though, but... Yeah, we have to wait until we've properly optimized this to actually spend nights up doing it. But it's cool to see that the tests are working. Tomorrow we'll cover that in buttons. Or maybe we won't do it tomorrow. But before we use it, we know we've got to cover that in buttons. Useful tip to know. I'm going to sleep in this bed because my house is surrounded by mobs right now. Which is okay with me. I like when my house is surrounded by mobs. It means I get to experience the world some more. Whew. It really wouldn't take me that long to complete my chore list. It's being constantly added to. I think that's what everyone in life feels, right? Is the moment you up the difficulty, you realize how much easier life was before you up the difficulty. Okay, I need to punch them, so that way when they die, the game counts it as me killing them, and they have a chance of dropping potatoes and carrots. 3 kills, what am I going to get from them? Okay, oh. Nope. That's all I get in exchange. So today needs to be a day about getting as many pieces of food as I can, and then finishing up the outline of this city. I want to make sure before we leave today, even if we don't have the mob grinders fully running as I would like, I want to make sure we have our main city running. Okay, or like our main outline running, I should say. So 4 wooden shovels, sounds good. And then, then makes a sword. Yep. Okay, we'll look at my inventory. It's so functional. So this line runs out there until it eventually hits something else, but that's fine. Same with this. It runs over to there. This goes out about 16 blocks. And then this comes in about 16 blocks. Just making... Also, by the way, look at these ocelots. Could so easily have myself a little... I could have a creeper avoider, actually. Actually, that might be really smart. I can't get one yet. But the difference it will make to my life, having a bunch of ocelots around to make sure that creepers don't end my world, you know, that might be priceless. That might be impossible to price effectively. So keep going this way. And then we hit a chunk boundary upon which we put one of these. And then we'll shovel that way a few blocks. And then we'll shovel out here. Running out of shovels very quickly. A lot more quickly than I probably need if I'm going to have this actually work. But that's okay. Just a bunch of blocks. And then over here is where the button needs to be. So I'll just leave the block in the ground. It's fine. And then over here a bunch. If I see any cows, that'd be real nice. It's okay if I don't, though. And then some more of these. Make sure the line is staying straight. It is. Over there. And then a bunch more of these. So it's a 10 by 10 grid we have, or 160 by 160 base. That's actually quite big, but the idea is most of it is just there to not have mob spawn. So it's not actually as effectively huge as it might sometimes feel. Then place a bunch of blocks this way, and then, oh, there's something in the way, and then some stuff over here. And, yeah, I really want to finish the outline of this, but I'm going to need a lot of bamboo for that. And I guess I could logically just start by... No, that's, we have to chop down some wood first. Wood is priority 1. I have more or less used up my entire supply of wood. That needs to change. I suggest spawn proofing every single block in the area except for a room above and below the a kill chamber to safely unalive it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make a room below or a room to the side of it at least. I want to make it very easy for me to kill things without being killed myself. I mean, really, that's what we all want in life. I mean, actually, that's what we all want in Minecraft. Please don't arrest me. I mean, we all want the not being killed part of life. You'd argue we're all looking, really, at some level, to take from each other, you know, and really, if you think that, you know, money is survival, therefore taking money from each other is taking life. And so when you go to a restaurant, even though the people there are giving you life, they're taking your money, which is your ability to buy more life, and so they're robbing you of life. They are murdering you. They are reducing your capacity upon which you can provide for yourself. And so really, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is what happens when streams run so late. So really we are all looking to kill stuff easy without being killed easy. You know, we would love a world where things that, like, you know, this is something interesting I've learned about and like living in inflationary times. A bunch of people who otherwise have no interaction with the concept of economics are like, wait, why are prices rising? And you can try and explain it to them like, oh, well, there's too much money chasing too few goods. And they're like, oh, so things I like get more expensive? The reason that we didn't give everyone all the money in the world before wasn't just that we were being cruel. There was some like underlying reason for that. Man, that sucks. You know, like breaks the fairy tale in the world. But also it tells you that some people really believe, because, you know, some people believe that we should, like, you know, to be fair to people like the modern monetary theorist world, the world of people who believe that money can just be printed infinitely with no consequences. To be fair to them, right? It's at least that is a humane view. Some people don't know that there's a reason you can't print infinite money, but still don't want to. They're like, yeah, I want other people to have less money so that my money feels like more. If no one had to work ever again, then we'd all be, you know, like they're not against it on practical grounds. They're against it on, man, I sure don't like the idea of that grounds. And that's almost scarier than anything else to me. Okay, so I'm going to chop down a lot of bamboo now. I'm going to do the entire perimeter, so that way I can plant a whole new perimeter. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be very crazy. But yeah, I think, Shy Guy, when are we going to get a Don't Question It t-shirt? I really like the t-shirts. I have a copy of all of them. I'd love to see how many people actually... I'll be honest with you, though. I feel like people love the People like the mugs. People like the long boy. And there's a lot of things that people like to this day. People are asking me about, you know, like, oh man, I missed the long boy. How do I get one? Or like, you know, the toy cat, stuff like that. There are things that people love. T-shirts aren't one of them. I think it's because every YouTuber has T-shirt merch, right? And also there are so many T-shirts in the world in general. So like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna buy a 100th T-shirt? Then you'd have 101 T-shirts tomorrow when the next reason round comes to buy one. So even though I felt like the logical thing to do was like, oh, price reasonably. Like, unlike a lot of YouTubers who are like trying to like actively make a huge profit, just be like, here is an amount where I make like $4 on a T-shirt or something. And I thought that was like a logical way to take things, but no, I can give you the numbers right now. I feel like this is something a lot of YouTubers guard quite closely, so I'm gonna stand with the bamboo wall behind me to keep me safe. Okay, the number of T-shirts sold in the last 30 days. I'm not kidding when I say it might be 0. Oh, it's 1. Someone bought a Future Me Problem T-shirt and a second Future Me Problem T-shirt on April 1st. So that might be an April Fool's Day joke someone's playing on me. So yeah, it's even though they're really, really well made, I think they've got lovely art on them. I think they're cool. But it's like, yeah, I kind of get the T-shirt thing. Whereas when, you know, people see like a really cool, unique product, they seem more interested. And it's kind of like YouTube. Like, why make the videos that get 8 views? That means that no one cares to watch it. So why make the video that gets why make another video that gets 8 views if you can make a video that gets, you know, 800 views or whatever. Similar concept, I guess. Okay, so are there any just Toy Cat T-shirts left? Also, hey, says Leanne Vandermeer. Good to see you. Good morning, evening, afternoon. What time is it, actually? It is, 11:21. Good 11:21 to you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Okay, let's chop down some more wood, and then let's make another little sword. Okay, where's the sword? I need some of these, I guess, logically speaking. And then I'll make a couple shovels or something. Then we'll move this up there and that down there. And now we can finally finish the outside of this. So, I said it was 100... Yeah, it's 160 by 160 blocks. So if you count the wall as part of this, this is 162 by 162. And it is one of the wildest things I've ever made because of the way it's all so gridded. But I really like how the grid is going to allow me to plan things. And if you stay here for the next couple bits, I think you'll see some wild results. Okay, so try advertising more on like YouTube Shorts. Yeah, maybe that is a thing. Is like I don't mention the T-shirts very much. Most people don't. A lot of people might not even know. But I do think like you can see the difference, right? Like the thing about the internet, the idea of like, oh yeah, you know how everyone has your data now? It's a weird thing, but also data is a good way to make decisions. That's why your data is so valuable, right? Like, you know the whole thing like, oh, if you don't pay for the product, you are the product. Which is why you need to, if you don't tip on this live stream chat, that makes you a product. Do you want to be a product? I don't know if you want to be a product. Sounds like it might be a bad thing to me. But more seriously, the reason data is so valuable is because it lets you know the way the world is, right? It's something I talk about a lot about. People love to talk about how the world should be, but it's really hard to actually get a feel for what the world is right now. You know, in the abstract of like not what is the world going to be, but what is the world actually like right here, right now. It's a hard question. Toy Cat is the bestest product. No, I'm not. Wait, am I a product too? Are we both products, chat? Oh no, what if we're both products? It's entirely possible that we're both products. Didn't even consider that. Positive/normative distinction is key. I think the most important thing that we can do in this world. Imagine if you get a thunderstorm now. Yeah, I think we've had 2 thunderstorms. Ryan does stuff apparently. I try not to think about it too hard, about how badly I could have used them last time. I just try not to. And when you try not to do things hard enough, the urges go away. Or so my priest used to say. Anyway, I've got a lot more bamboo to place to make these two lines reach each other. And it's one of my big end of day goals, so we're going to make sure we get it done. We are NPC. You're still streaming, says Adam Sony. Yeah, so the idea behind Ultra Flat is these are long episodes. I hope that you're enjoying that. I've been getting a lot of lovely messages and people saying they are. It does take a lot more out of like a day to do it this way. But I'm excited about where this is going. And hopefully you are too. I mean, we're at 34 days. That's very promising if you ask me. But yeah, we are now, what, 1/3 of the way to 100 days? So 1/3 of the way to being my most invested in time ever. Which is crazy. A little bit scary. Also, I mean, you're not paying us, so you must be a product, says Elfun. Oh no, you're right. Okay, I'm a product. I am a product. We've confirmed that. I guess that's easy. Ooh, you are more of a service, Toy Cat. Is that why they call it? Is that why I get gratuities? You know what? When does a tip become a gratuity, chat? There's a weird line on that. I saw a stat today that said 16% of Americans, when presented with the option to tip a self-service checkout, will do so. And I've been thinking about it ever since. It's like, man, you know, I feel like of the, you know, what percent of people watch the stream? What percent of people tip me? Do fewer people tip you know, like, or do fewer people tip their favorite ultra flatcore YouTuber than tip a self-service machine? Because it sounds like that, doesn't it? It's like, well, the machine asked nicely. So do I have to just do this thing, like, at the end of every stream? Like, so if you enjoyed today's stream, you can leave either a $10, $15, or $20 tip. You know, most people leave 15, but if you're feeling even more generous, you do have the choice to leave any you want. It's okay. Oh, I guess most people leave 10 if I was being honest. My single most popular tip type. Hey, thank you! By the way, Jura's been a member for 36 months. But thank you very much, Darren Hughes, for gifting 5 memberships. Good to see you. So yeah, I'm just saying, if you, hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the series, alongside your wife, who we saw here yesterday. Okay, so this whole corner of the world just isn't very developed. We could change that. We could also not change that. But yeah, over time, this whole thing will grow now, which is some of the beauty of it. I think I need to make a lot of shovels. I mean, I know I need to make a lot of shovels. So let's go do precisely that. I've placed every single bamboo I will ever need to grow. So now we can just place entire stacks of sticks. And then we can combine those with shovels, which I somehow don't have many of. I'll make an entire couple stacks of those. And now it's shovel time. Okay, all the shovels are going. Now I can go too. This goes till the next point. I don't know where that is. And this comes up from there to the next point. I don't know where that is, but eventually we'll have a line to draw this all from. So if this is 624, the next line is at 640. It logically stands to reason. So that's where the button goes, and that's where everything else comes off of. Whew, that'd be like 0.6% in the UK, says James Pro. I would be surprised if it's any percent. You know, something interesting is the idea of automatic service that places do here. It's becoming a law in July that in the UK, if a place has a service charge added to the bill, it has to go to the waiters. And what's fascinating is a lot of people would assume, like, surely it's already going there. It's called the service charge. And it's like, well, who's responsible for the service? Also, the machine, Toy Cat asked nicely.
Toy Cat asked nicely.
Thank you, Ryan does stuff apparently. See, chat, is that proof to my theory, or did that only work because I made a joke about it working? Oh, I shouldn't have done this in a solid line. There's a reason I wasn't doing that everywhere else. Definitely messed up by just doing it that way anyway. That's okay, though. We all mess up sometimes. Sometimes less severely than others. So place a button there, and then let's place a button over here. Okay, right there. And then we can fill in all the lines in between. So, yeah, one of the weird things is, also, yo down Hughes, indeed. I think the interesting thing about, the interesting thing about, like, the pressure of, like, someone just saying something to you is, like, it does, like, it makes a yes-no decision, and if the no makes you feel bad, then you'll go for the yes more often, right? It's a technique, like, used very often in life for lots of things. But something, okay, sorry, I want to finish my story. So in the UK, they're making it so service charge has to go to, you know, like, the staff who are directly serving you. And what's interesting is a lot of people thought, like, surely it was already happening that way. But what's really interesting is some restaurants have now started to, like, rebrand their service charge. So, there's the service charge at this dim sum place that's popular in London, Ping Pong. You might know it if you live here. They've renamed their service charge to brand charge. And they're like, oh yeah, this is not anything related to the service. It happens to be 15% based on the cost of your items. But that pays for all of the things related to our brand, you know? Like, you have to... The restaurant has to license out the fee, etc. But it's only tax-free. The only time it's tax-free to have, like, a service charge is if you make it optional. And so a lot of people are like, so why am I paying this then? But then it raises the question of, like, well, if you're so outraged at paying more money to the business... Also, thank you, Tyler, on gaming. Make more Minecraft documentary videos. I love them. So yeah, I'm glad you do like them. I feel like they are a lot of fun, and I do enjoy making them. I'm glad you enjoy watching them. There are some intentions to do something like that in the works. Don't you worry. It is going well. Speaking of things that are going well, thank you, Michelle Owo.
Hi, Toy Cat. Hope you have a great day. Excellent service. 10 tenths.
Thank you so much for the 10 temps, Michelle Owo. It is good to see you after all these years. Man, it's cool to see all the names we're seeing from last year's Super Flats. Everyone's excited for this one. Me more than anyone else. Just to be honest here, I feel like lots of people, valid reasons to be excited. Glad to see you all here. But I want to state my own excitement in the most uncertain terms. It is very, very, very exciting for me to have all the problems that we faced last time be solved partially by my own organization, but knowing that if we do everything right, we can go to the Nether and we can start planning bigger and better things. Like, just now, I remember earlier in the stream, you can probably find the exact moment where I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to make a farm for lava because we're gonna get one bucket, but we can't keep trading buckets over and over again. So actually having to think about making a lava farm in Super, it's fun. It's really, really fun. This feels very unnecessary to have all these slabs just to be like this, but it's okay. Pizza Hut calculates the tip on the amount after service charge and taxes if you use their default percentages. Yeah, I would always recommend, like, make your own decision on tips. Don't ever trust a restaurant when they're giving you the numbers, right? Like, you're the one who decides what you spend if it's optional. And if it's not optional, then it's not on the bill. I don't know, that's my crazy opinion. But I'm kind of a big believer in, like, I recently set up a card that I use for all my recurring subscriptions. And it automatically, like, unsubscribes you if you don't, or you have to give permission every month. And I think that's so important. Like, to me, consent for stuff like that is like I don't give you consent to bill me till the rest of time just because I forget something. It's an important thing, learning about digital belief and consent. So, she serviced on my okay, that also glad to be here, says Michelle. I'm really glad. It really is a fun name to see. Any of the OGs are fun to see here more than anything else. Okay, speaking of things that are fun to see, we have officially survived, chats, for 35 Minecraft days. Wow. That really is something, huh? That really is something big. So, at this point, I think it is worth asking ourselves. It is worth questioning perhaps. What it is that we should aim to do, because, you know, we're coming to the end of today. I think I've made good on my plan to have a grinder. The grinder works, but it doesn't work as well as I'd like. There's a lot more shoveling that needs to be done, which is all happening. But the...
Long stream tip. You are providing great service. Keep it up. Literally, don't fall down. Distressed face, scared face, making me feel better as usual. The irony of objecting to tips and accepting them doesn't escape me.
Thank you very much. I missed that last bit. The irony of objecting to tips and accepting.
I'm happy El Caught survival challenge. Can we talk about daylight saving time and how it sucks because I don't know if it's 22:30 or 23:30 in England?
I agree. Okay, daylight savings time, if it's going to exist at all, which is already a wacky concept, right? If daylight savings time is going to exist, of course it should be the same everywhere in the world. And it's wild that we ended up in a system where that's not true. It blows my mind that we have any system where it's like, oh yeah, so the UK and the US are offset by 2 weeks. And in the Southern Hemisphere, yeah, their daylight savings are different days, and they go backwards because their summers are different. It's like, this is a sign we just shouldn't do that. If you need the daylight that bad in your winter, or is it in the summer you need the daylight? It makes sense it'd be in the winter. If you need daylight in your winter that bad, adjust your schedules, not your clocks. Do you know how erratic it would be if you did this as one person, right? Where you're like, hey, Steve, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, don't mind me, I'm just setting my clock back an hour. And you'd be like, really? And you're like, yeah, I want to have sun at 4 p.m. You'd be like, Steve, you don't make sun at 4 p.m. by setting the clock back, because even though you're saying the clock is going to say 4 p.m. now, it's not actually going to be 4 p.m. And Steve's like, oh no, you don't understand. If the clock says it's 4 p.m., then it is 4 p.m. Time's an illusion. And you're like, if time's an illusion, then why do you need the clock to tell you, oh? And it's like, well, you see, I just want to have a really confusing day and week where everything feels off. I want to be able to tell people about the time and have them be quite confused. I want everything in my life to be off by a little bit. And I want all of this for the benefit of me being too lazy to adjust my life. I could just, if I wanted to, daylight at 4 p.m. when I'm in my garden, I could go to my garden at 3 p.m. But no, I would much rather a system that inconveniences literally everyone else than me have to work out how to do things. That's you if you defend daylight savings. Anyway, thank you very much, Crazy Cobra, by the way. Anyway, yeah, the important thing to say is I hope you... Also, the irony of objecting tips and abstaining doesn't escape me. It is interesting. I think I used to be... I used to be one of those people who was like, I don't think tipping should ever be a mandated concept, right? Like, I think the idea of tipping for good service doesn't work if everyone has to do it. But I was always right, for what it's worth, even though I object to it. Like, my mother was a waitress, so I was always raised to be like, all sorts of professions that I've never known anyone to tip for, I've always been taught, like, well, you know, like, try to tip when you can, right? Like, the one I've never agreed with is taxi driver, because it's like, they're self-employed anyway. There's no need to... That feels a little silly to me. But for most professions out there, I had a taxi driver literally say, like, yeah, I don't... Also, how did a slime get in there? Can slime spawn at bedrock? Or did he spawn on the wood and jump in? I'm concerned either way. I'm very concerned either way. Thank you!
I'd like to opt out of the service charge, but I haven't paid my toy cat tax in a while.
Is it? Okay, is this proof that the concept worked, chat? Is this... Thank you, Elfern, by the way. Is this proof that more people will tip me than a self-service checkout if I literally just say, so if you enjoyed the stream, make sure, you know, to tip 10, 15, or 20? Is that actually what happened? You know, thank you to everyone who enjoyed the stream. Wow, if you did, just so you know, it's entirely optional to tip, but you can keep tip. But anyway, so the important thing is I thought the... I always used... I've never been, like, fully against tipping. I'm against the idea of tipping that has no choice. And what that really means is I'm against people who tell you you have no choice but to tip. If someone tried to say on this stream, hey, to get tax, says Taylor Jackson. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing great today. You know what blows my mind is that Taylor can be a guy and a girl's name, right? Taylor Swift is the most famous Taylor in the world. Like Taylor, you know how like some people have last names that refer to their jobs, like Mr. Baker. It's like a first name version of that. It's like did her parents wish that she could grow up and be someone who would like fit people for their suits? Are they disappointed right now? And they're like, we wanted one thing and one thing only from you, and it looks like you become an international singer instead. Sorry, my point. I think I would be upset. So I'm upset at the idea of like mandated tips, right? If the idea of like you have to tip or you are actively stealing. I think if someone tried to do that in this stream, even though I could benefit if like everyone feels peer pressure, like, oh, you didn't tip. Guess you're basically robbing Toy Cat. You're taking lobster rolls out of my mouth if you don't tip. But it's like, no, it's terrible. The idea is like, yes, lots of people do it, but you do it. I think you focus on the positives rather than the negatives. But that's, I guess, a good attitude for life, right? But I think it's more that you focus on like, oh yeah, it actually feels good when you tip. When you're doing it for good reasons and not so the person doesn't die reasons. I think I was gonna not fill in one of these chunks. I think it was this chunk here actually. Whoopsie, looks like it's filled in. I'll not fill in this one here, but just do all the ones around it. I'll try to make this clear for future me, but it definitely won't help. Okay, I'll fill this in, and then this in, and then this in, and that should hopefully give future me the sign. But who knows what future me is going to do. All I know is that current me is very aware of the fact that, anything that becomes forced is usually bad. I'm a big believer in like being able to make your own decisions. And so anytime somewhere's like, yeah, you have to pay this amount, I'm like, no. On a principle of that is when I disagree with it. But even then, I'm like, you still have to weigh up like who loses, who gains, what are the actual effects of this, in a way that is much, much harder. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like until I it's a weird one. I think whenever you really like somewhere, also it's somewhere, I'm like, okay, this is a good place to tip, like a way to show your it's a way to show that something is important to you. But that's a weird way that I think I have money and things messed up. This is too deep for the end of a live stream. All I wanted to say, Taylor is also a profession. Exactly. I don't know what it's one of those professions. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this up there, and we're gonna make a bunch of more sticks. I want to have all the sticks in the world soon. Then we're going to craft all the sticks into one new axe, and then about 8 new wooden shovels. So, shovel, shovel. Oh, what just happened? Oh, shovel, 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 shovel. Now that we've made that, the shovels will all be combined into one slot. I'll do my inventory management for the day. Look at this, chat. I'm helping future me out. I could make this future me's problem, but instead, I'm doing future me a solid, and I'm getting him sorted out for next time. Because episode 3 will be coming real soon. And in that, I want to do something real big, right? I want to finally have this area hoed, or this area pathwayed, outside of the very major ones. You can see we made massive progress on it. I think this will... Oh, okay. Okay, this is no problem for me. No problem here. You got trapped in... This is so handy. I've just tested that it works, and it does. But by the end of the next time, I want to have everything... Oh, man. So now he's going to try it again, I'm guessing. I'm going to make myself a sword. I think if I'm going to fight, I think I'd like a sword on my side. So he just continuously tries that. And because he's jumping, I've got to be careful. It's weird that worked that way, but it did. Now I have a... Ooh, wow. Now I have a hard decision to make. Chat. Okay, so if you're watching this live, leave a comment on the finished video if you have an idea about what I should do. Projectile protection leather or non-projectile protection gold. I would love to know. What I would also love to know is if you love looking at my world. I think it's so cool to see the whole thing from up here. Even though it's terrifying beyond belief, and I'm not going to log out from up here, look at how fascinating it looks. It's beautiful. Okay, let's go down a few blocks. Just over to here. Look how good it looks. Ultra flat survival. I have survived 35 days, and I look forward to surviving 35 more. Thank you for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye. You know, most people when they finish a stream, they tip anywhere from $10 to $20. 10 for the really low end, like the you hate me and you wanna rob lobster rolls from my mouth, and 50. There we go. That's great. Perfect. Beautiful. No more comments. Yeah, thank you for watching. Glad you were here. I just want to know if I get another iron shovel. I don't. Okay, thanks for watching. I hope I get more good RNG next time, because that's when I'll be seeing you. Bye. Wait. 36 days. 6 squared.